think we're going to call the meeting to order. I see there's 16 or so people on right now, but I'm going to get us going as we have a long and very exciting evening in front of us. So just going to call the meeting to order at 5:02. This is a special meeting of the Fairfax Town Council. It is August 12th. And I would like to begin the meeting tonight with our land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and future. And again, if I didn't say at the last meeting, I want to thank Councilmember Hellman for bringing this to our attention and making it something that we are proud to say is now in our protocol. Madam Clerk, are you available for a roll call, please?
Yes, I am.
Great.
Councilmember Hellman.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Here.
Mayor Goddard.
I am here. Thank you very much.
And staff is Garrett Toy is present, and so am I, the town clerk.
Okay, excellent. And so everyone knows we are streaming. Community Media Center of Marin is streaming, and so you can watch that on our town website. You can also tune in to the Community Media Center of Marin channel 27 and AT&T channel 99. And for any information about how to participate later in the evening when we take public comment, you can go ahead and go to the website, and it will clearly explain how to call in to make that public comment should there be any. I would like to call for a motion for approval of the agenda and the affidavit of posting, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion Reed and a second Hellman. Let's see, Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
And myself, I vote aye. So before we get to the regular agenda, I would like to just introduce by saying that this call to action tonight is grossly overdue. This publicly guided and publicly demanded committee formation is historical. And I want to express my gratitude to this bold and brave movement to finally call up and raise racial and social equity and justice to the top of our town priorities. So going into this evening, I think we all approach this with gratitude for all of you, for the bravery that it takes to step up, especially in this very strange sort of technical milieu, not necessarily familiar to all of us. So I wanted to let you guys know the process by which we will run the interviews tonight. And just to clarify a couple of things. So here's how it's going to go. We are going to interview 24 candidates tonight. We will appoint 11 members of the public at our regular meeting on September 2nd. And with the interview tonight, each candidate will have 10 minutes to answer 5 questions. The questions will be the same questions for each candidate. And what we will be doing is each council member will lead off the first question for each candidate. So it means that each candidate will receive a question from a different council member each time. a little bit difficult to explain. But you'll see as we go along. You'll be asked one question by each council member. The council may, and this is for council, the council may ask only a very clarifying question, and we will wait until after the 5 questions so that we're not going to interrupt any candidates. We're just going to wait in case there's really something specific that we need clarification on. There will be an opportunity, as I said, for any kind of public comment, but it will come after the 24th candidate is interviewed. And so if you have any comments along the way, please go ahead and write those down. And then we will be considering all of those comments between now and September 2nd when we go through the appointment process. I think I have gone through most of the details, but I did want to clarify something. And this is a clarification about the subcommittee, which will be appointed by the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee. We received some emails, and I took those very much to heart. For clarification, again, it is the RES-J, which is the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee, that will appoint the members and name the subcommittee from within its membership. I would like to read very briefly that the description for the RES-J committee on our website, and also as messaged by Councilmember Hellman and Vice Mayor Ackerman in the newsletter, states that a subcommittee of the RES-J committee will be formed to specifically focus on policing within Fairfax. Fairfax has for many years had its own police force and 911 dispatch center charged with community policing. A representative of the Fairfax Police will participate in these discussions. Not every discussion, nor will they be a member of the committee, but this will offer an opportunity to deeply understand how policing operates in our town, for police leadership to listen to the needs of the community it serves, and for policies to be improved where necessary, and to explore alternative public safety models. So I hope that's answered some of the concerns of the emails that we've been receiving. This work of definition, naming, and appointment will be the responsibility of the RES-J. And having said all that, I'd like to move forward with the agenda item of the evening, which is to interview applicants for the RES-J. I'm going to say it one more time because acronyms are not cool. It is the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee. And I have basically delivered you the staff report. And so we are going to dive right in. We have 5 questions. I think that Michelle clarified for me that you have taken our first applicant, Ryland Morgan, and promoted him to panelist, correct?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
I was waiting for your key.
Yes, perfect. So, oh wow, we're only 1 minute over. Okay, so we're gonna get right to it. I think I see Ryland down there. Hi, Ryland.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Yes, and it's nice to see you. So I am going to begin. I'm going to ask the first question, and then we will go down the line, Vice Mayor Ackerman, and then Stephanie Hellman, and then John Reed, and then Barbara Kohler. So you have 10 minutes and you have 5 questions. So you will see the clock up here. It's not meant to stress you out. It's meant to kind of keep you on track. And we'll kind of get in there and just do a little nudge if we think that one question's going on too long. And so it's basically two minutes per question. And I may ask you to wrap up if it's going on, just to kind of guide you along. So I'm just going to start with the first question. And I didn't say, please all know that all the applicants have had a look at the questions. And so that's it. No more information. Ryland, first question is, why do you want to be on the Res-J committee?
So I would like to be on the Res J because I believe Fairfax to be an amazing town with an exceptional heart. It is a shame that to date it has only been accessible to a few. There are so many things that require attention in today's society, and I would love to be a part in shaping how Fairfax moves forward in today's new world. There are tangible steps we can take that would allow Fairfax a more welcoming place, to be a more welcoming place for everyone. If given enough authority, I believe this committee could be an excellent source of change. We are only as good as our weakest link, and anything we can do to strengthen that link will only serve to lift our town up as a whole. I'm an Armenian American, and I'm lucky enough to not have been stigmatized for being a part of a minority group. I can tell you that I have not felt the sting of racial inequality, but have felt the sting of social justice. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Very loud and clear. So the next question will be asked by Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Ellen, yes. How did where you grow up influence your attitude on race?
So I grew up here in Fairfax, and growing up here was a great childhood. I had friends everywhere. I knew everybody. You know, there were a few people that weren't white, but I don't remember treating them any differently or holding them to any different kind of standard. I got to listen to people talk around town about the world, about how we should treat each other, how everyone deserves respect and equal footing. You know, one of I didn't know showed up. It was instantly noted. Who is that? Why are they here? Not in a bad way, but they just happen to stick out like a sore thumb against an all-white backdrop. It wasn't until later in life that I realized that all that talk was just that. People would donate to charities, try to help. We took foster kids
Ryland,
to their homes.
Ryland,
Yes.
excuse me, your sound is cutting in and out, so we're not hearing every word. If you want to get closer, or adjust your earbud or whatever you're using.
Is that better?
Yes, seems to be.
Cool. Where'd you guys not hear?
Just a few words dropped out, so we don't just, you can pretty much carry on from here, maybe go back a couple sentences.
Okay. So it wasn't in a bad way when I'd noticed people, right? It was just that they happened to stick out. And it wasn't until later in life that all that talk was just that talk. Sure, people would donate to charities, try to help from afar. Some even took to foster kids into their homes, but it never dawned on me that racism played a part in the very structure of this town. One can only live here if they had family leave them a house or make so much money as to not be an issue. We have made an invisible barrier for entrance to our town. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. To sum up this question, I grew up in an all-white town where we had good intentions, they were just never actualized.
Okay, thank you very much. So the third question is Stephanie Hellman's question.
What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
I envision a town that is welcoming to all, where people are accepted and judged for their character only, who they are on the inside, not what color skin they have or what gender they adhere to. I would love to see a town that went out of its way to take care of its people. I believe wholeheartedly that our police force and the way they make their presence felt here is issue number one. Why would anyone want to live here, own a business here, come hang out here, if they have a fear nagging at them the whole time that they might be pulled over? Once that happens, their freedom is in question. Will they make it home for dinner? It's in the air. Why would people come here for any reason if they might not return? The fact that so many BIPOC people are afraid to even visit speaks volume to our biggest problem, our police force. There are many other things that should happen, that must happen. I think all of them are a moot point until this issue is addressed.
Thank you very much. The next question is John Reed's question.
Hi. What's your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
So I have worked for the Ronald E. McNair Scholarship at UC Berkeley. It gives scholarships to minority groups, and it's sad that we need to even have something like that in place. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I got involved with that scholarship as a former prisoner fresh out of San Quentin and an ex-convict. The scholarship tried to make sure BIPOC minorities as well as ex-convicts were able to get a quality education. I have been run through the criminal justice system for most of my adult life and have witnessed firsthand the actions that come with keeping white status white. There are whole industries that sole purpose is to make money off mainly BIPOC suffering. Jails are packed with BIPOC. Prisons are packed with BIPOC. The first step in all of these institutions are police. I've gone out of my way to hire BIPOC people and give them a living wage in Marin County with my company. I try to hire exclusively minority people that society has thrown away. I hire ex-drug addicts, felons, ex-cons, and BIPOC. It's horrible that I even have to include them on that list. My mother took many steps to rent a room to a Black family that we have taken in. Their parents both died, and they were living with their grandmother. My family rents to one of the few Black people in town. I've seen what it takes on both sides to make this happen. I've been on welfare from the state, food stamps, Medi-Cal, parole. There was a time when I was the only man getting childcare from Marin County. As a drug addict, I have firsthand experiences with the system, in quotes, and how it works in all facets, from housing, Section 8 food stamps, mental health services, even education, and what one can and can't do.
Thank you very much for sharing all that. Barbara Kohler. No, I know. Appreciate it, really. Barbara Kohler has the next question.
Okay, hi, Ryland.
Barbara.
Do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathetically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Unequivocally, yes. Without a question.
Okay. Well, I think that's great. Thank you very much. Did you have anything to add to that question, or that's very clear? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, I got to say, Ryland, you have set the standard, because there's 2 minutes and 22 seconds. So if you can do a brief closure if you like, or we can just move on and it'll save us time for getting through everybody.
I think I made my case, said what I had to say. I think I'd like to see you guys get off a little earlier.
You're awesome. Okay, thank you so much for the courage, and we appreciate your application.
Thank you, Ryland.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
Okay, take care. All righty. Wow. So our next applicant is Daria Sievers, and we're going to let Barbara Kohler kick this off. And,
okay.
and
let me just turn that stupid phone off.
All right.
Sorry. Okay.
Hi, Daria.
Hi, Daria. Are you?
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to get started. I think you heard the first applicant, Ryland. And so
Yes.
I will be asking you the first question. And that is, why do you want to be on the ResJ committee?
First of all, thank you for having me, and please excuse me if I look at my notes a little bit.
That's great.
I don't want to forget anything or leave anything out. So the reason I've applied is that I think that I can be an effective and constructive contributor to the committee. I've worked a lot on different committees around the county and have learned how to have a conversation that is respectful and inclusive, as well as how not to. And I recognize that how we talk to each other about important issues can either facilitate and enhance progress or delay and interfere with it. I'm also someone who can identify areas in need of improvement or reevaluation, but also bring solutions and inspire vision. I'm very enthusiastic and have a good sense of humor, which I've found to be very helpful in building relationships and moving agendas forward, and has been very much appreciated, I think, by my colleagues.
Thank you very much. So the next is Renee Goddard will ask you the second question.
Okay, I have to look for my questions. There they are. Okay, so the second question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
Hi, Renee. Well, I grew up in Mill Valley in the 50s and the 60s. My father was a firefighter in the city, and my mother was worked full-time in the newspaper business there. And like many others, they sought the American dream. And in 1953, they moved to Mill Valley and bought a house there for, I think it was $13,000. Those were the days. My awareness of racial disparities were really awakened by my mother, who was very liberal, and my father, who was pretty much a racist. That marriage did not survive. My mother actually died a month ago today, so I've been reflecting quite a bit on her life and how deeply I was affected by her views and values. She is the one who educated me during the civil rights movement about equality and discrimination. She made me aware of the advantages that I had that people of color did not have. And at the same time, she engaged me in volunteer work at a young age. I was, I think, probably 10 or 12 years old when she got me volunteering at Marin Aid for, they called it then, retarded children. That's how far back it was, right? Oh boy. So my father's views today would be more identified as leaning toward white supremacy. I remember a Christmas card he sent to me once when I told him I was dating a man named Willie. It said, "I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. I hope you are too." And, you know, that was profound for me. Racial tension and strong emotions of the civil rights movement were reverberating at Tam High during the 60s when I went to school there. Anger, ignorance, fear, and confusion led to fights that we called riots then. And you know, kids who were your best friend one day, the next day were your enemy. And it left me confused and questioning.
Okay, well, thank you, Daria. Good job. And the third question will be asked by Bruce Ackerman. Bruce?
Thank you, Daria.
You're welcome.
What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
Well, I imagine Fairfax being a model for the county on how it deals with this kind of issue. I feel that we have a great community and a great police department that's very open to input. And my first step in that direction would be, I think, through my behavior and my voice, I would model respectful conversation and thoughtful decision making that considers all sides with a big view of long-term goals, and to lay a foundation by doing that for positive communication. I really think this is about building bridges and working together, being strong together, taking care of each other, nurturing resilience, and respecting other, and making that a value that guides the committee. I recognize that we need a lot of patience in this time, and change is slow. So we have to be patient and considerate of others, and no one likes to feel criticized or to be accused of anything that may be seen as racist.
Thank you, Daria. Okay, and our next questioner will be Stephanie Hellman. Stephanie?
Hello. What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil rights, human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Well, I'm an educator, a trauma therapist, and a licensed social worker. All of my work in human rights has shown me that education is the way to facilitate growth and positive change, and that's the lens through which I view my work. I'm a trainer in a diverse Train the Trainer program cohort at the Family Justice Center and Alliance to End Abuse in Richmond, and I've educated police officers and college students about trauma and human trafficking. This experience certainly has underscored for me the importance of effectiveness of non-judgmental, inclusive education. I was vice chair of the Marin County Human Rights Commission on that commission for about 2 years. It was a diverse group with many conflicts. I learned a lot about working on committees, both positive and negative. There was sexism, internal conflicts, and power struggles. That said, I'm very proud of what we accomplished. We brought together all of the human rights commissions in the Bay Area to meet together to talk about human trafficking. And we developed the Immigration Committee, of which I was a chair, and developed a plan for community conversations about those important issues. I'm also a member of the Marin County Anti-Human Trafficking Coalition on the Victim Services Committee. It's a wide group of stakeholders, and it's very clear that nothing gets done unless we work together. 2 years ago, and again this year, I was a delegate to the United Nations on the Commission of the Status of Women. This year, unfortunately, it was canceled because of the coronavirus. There, I worked with women from around the world on gender issues that disproportionately affect women and girls of color. I learned in that arena, as well as here in Marin on some of the other committees I've worked on in my volunteer career, that even though we may disagree on many issues, there is likely one that we can agree on and work together to bring forward. Let's see, I was delegate on the Guatemalan Human Rights Commission to meet with the defensoras in Guatemala, women and NGOs fighting for human rights and land rights. I met there with survivors of the genocide and activists around the country. I've also worked for 10 years with immigration and refugees, a forensic social worker documenting human rights abuses. And I see I'm running out of time. I'm going to rush. I'm a trauma therapist in private practice and worked with victims of violent crimes as well as police. I understand the stressors that affect both, and I have deep empathy and compassion for both. Yes.
Excuse me for interrupting. You have one more question, so you may want to wrap this up so we can do the last question.
Sure. I'm particularly fond of the Fairfax police. They attended the death of my daughter when she died at my home in 2009, and 2 months ago when my dog died in a car accident. And it's really those moments that show you the compassion that drives our first responders. I'm right now working on a project with the DEA.
Thank you, Daria. I think we should move on to question 5, just so you get a chance to weigh in on that. Do you mind?
Question 5 is pretty short. I have no questions about my ability to.
Let's let John Reed ask that question, and
Yeah.
maybe you can wrap up some of your other pieces in that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your mom, by the way, Daria.
Thank you.
And sorry to take up some of your valuable seconds and saying that. But I mean, I feel like you've answered a lot of this, but it's kind of a long question. Do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss the sensitive topics, listen emphatically to different points of view, and move towards consensus and action?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I do as a therapist and educator. That's the way I do it. If I don't listen deeply, then we don't get anywhere.
Sure.
So I just want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say one last comment that I had about working with police about informing them about trauma so that they can be better responders to women victims of crime. I see that my time is up. I guess the only thing I was not able to say was that by educating police about trauma-informed interviewing, they can get better reports from women and then build stronger cases for prosecuting perpetrators.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Daria.
you, Daria.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate your time, and we're moving on to our next candidate. So,
good night, everyone.
Daria, thank you.
And John Reed takes the lead on this.
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry, I'm having a little glitch. Okay, and it is Veronica, and I'm looking, oh, here on the list. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, Veronica, you're muted. Oh, there you go. You're not. Hi, Veronica. Thanks for your interest in signing up here for your applying for the ResJ committee. As you know, we have 5. Did you look at the earlier thing, or do we need to say this again for everybody?
You don't need to say it again.
Okay. So anyway, I've got the first question. So why would you like to be on the ResJ committee?
Thanks, John. Thank you, council members. And before I begin answering that question, John, I want to say how moved I already am hearing Ryland and Daria's interview process and just being taken aback by the emotive, deeply moving personal stories already being shared, and aware of, as you mentioned, Renee, as you opened the meeting, of how important this work, this committee, this work is in our town, how long overdue it is, and the opportunities that are going to be coming in terms of not only the justice that will come, hopefully, or be fostered through the committee, but also the deep relationship building between the members on the committee that I'm envisioning happening. So with that, I'll say that why I am joining the committee pretty blaringly as I received that question and was thinking about what I would answer with is largely my son, first and foremost. Certainly felt when Ferguson occurred and Michael Brown was murdered years ago, the sting of realizing what was potentially ahead of me as a mother of a biracial son, and felt very ill prepared. And I might answer some questions that are coming later as I speak now, and can just refer to them once those questions are asked from me. But I grew up in Ohio, in a Midwestern town, and am not still, nor was I prepared to know how to support my son the best that I can as a white woman with lots of privilege. And so I feel very passionate about knowing how I can make his town that he's growing up in be one that absolutely treats him as well as he deserves to be treated, and to be seen as the human being as high up or higher than anybody else in this community, you know? So that is a huge part of it. Beyond my personal reasoning there being him, there is just the commitment to believing in the power of lifting every individual up in a community, and knowing that no community is as good as it can be without everyone feeling safe, cared for, welcomed, and able to thrive.
Well, thank you. Maybe I should hand it off to the next questioner, who is Bruce.
No, I believe it's me,
No, it's
John.
Barbara. You're right. You're right.
Okay, we'll get this. Hi, Veronica.
Hi, Barbara.
How did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
Yeah, so I grew up in a rural community in Ohio, incredibly white and conservative. And those are not by necessity issues in terms of racial justice and social justice. Unfortunately, they often overlap. And that was definitely the case in my community, where in my high school of 300 students, there were only 2 people of color. And I know that they were treated differently because of their race, and had the opportunity to just encounter racism. It's an interesting way to phrase it. I had the chance to learn from the racism within my own family, within As Daria shared, I also have a father with a big heart, but very racist, very misguided, and have gotten to see the impact that that's had on people, on communities, on my family, and know that there's a better way, and know that there's a deep heart, even in folks, myself included, who exhibit racist behaviors.
Thank you very much, Veronica. And then I will hand it off to Renee.
Hi, Veronica. So I have the third question and you have 5 minutes. So you can use it as you will. I know you answered some things along the way. So the third question is, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
Yeah, it's such an exciting question. I really believe that Fairfax has the opportunity to be a beacon for Marin in terms of anti-racist action. I know we already are in some ways, and spoke to that at the last council meeting, that I've been contacted by a couple of folks from San Anselmo and San Rafael who are trying to learn from what we're doing so that they can form similar committees and host similar educational and rally-oriented events that some of us have gotten to be a part of here in Fairfax. So my vision for Fairfax would be just a town that is a sanctuary for people of color, actually, in Marin, where there's a sense of like, oh yeah, we can land in that place and know that we're not going to be treated differently by police, treated differently by businesses, looked at with surprise. And a town where my son won't feel estranged as a person of color.
Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. And the next question is from Bruce.
So thank you, Veronica. What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil and human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce, and hi.
Hi.
I, from my very naive Midwestern small town mind, went to college in Pennsylvania and read a book called A Long Way Gone by Ishmael Bey, Memoirs of a Child Soldier. And in my undergraduate career, I was studying psychology, and particularly the role of trauma in our psychology, and ended up, after reading this book about Ishmael Bey, who grew up in Sierra Leone in West Africa, feeling very clearly aware that there was so much in the world that was needing, I needed to open my little mind about, and eager to know how I could support people who weren't feeling supported. And so ended up going to graduate school in San Diego to get my master's degree in peace and justice studies, and went then to Sierra Leone doing work with former child combatants in addressing how to integrate them into communities and to support their mental well-being. And the master's program that I was a part of was just a huge wake up to me. My cohort was incredibly diverse, and it was an amazing blessing to be able to build relationship with people who looked very differently from me and to feel their hearts. Again, it's such an important thing to me. And that feels like another way in which I believe I have a particular offering to this committee and to this work, is my capacity to see people for who they are and to see the goodness within them. When conversations can be challenging, when people might feel defensive or reactive, that I have developed the capacity to really hold space for that and to meet folks where they're at, and imagine that being something that's going to be important within this committee and in this work. And over the past 10 years now, have gotten really involved with offering yoga and mindfulness to underserved communities, to San Quentin, to the juvenile detention center youth, to underserved communities in Marin in general, offering in schools and communities. And so it is just my calling to be tending and caring for and seeing people who don't usually have a voice or who aren't usually being cared for.
Thank you very much.
And the last question would be, from
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Mhm.
Not much time.
I think you just pretty much nailed it with your last answer, but do you feel you would work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Yeah, that is my work in my life, is figuring out how to do that with more grace.
Okay,
Great.
thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
You. Take care. So the next applicant is Layli Shirani, and Bruce Ackerman is going to, I'm not true. Stephanie Hellman is going to welcome you.
So Layli, were you here earlier to hear the sort of process intro, or should we dive right into the questions?
1 second.
Are you there?
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hear you, yeah.
Yes, I can now hear you both, and will allow me to start video so you can actually see me as I presently look.
Oh, great. And
Yes, I just-
Layli, hi, I'm Stephanie. And were you here earlier to hear the intro for how we are managing this with 10 minutes total, and how
Well,
each council member we're rotating the questions, and you get about 2 minutes per question. And as you start to run out of time, we might prompt you with a warning.
Sounds good.
Okay. So that's
And I don't know if I was supposed to or not, but I just logged on and I heard the last, I think 2 or 3 minutes of the previous applicant's interview, and I heartily recommend her. It'd be good.
you know what? We have 24 amazing applicants, so we're blessed with high quality here. It's a really good problem to have. So the first question, we're going to dive right in. Why do you want to be on the Res J committee?
Well, you know, I can come at this from a lot of different angles, but I think that what it comes down to for me is I'm an immigrant, and well, really, I'm like exiled. I was exiled from my country, and now I'm here. And I think Fairfax, in my since I was 14, is probably the first place that I've felt at home. And I've only just been here for 4 years, so I've come to a lot of affection for this town. Even as, you know, fairly early on, I went to a town council meeting with another community member, and Renee, you may remember that it was a very contentious, dramatic meeting where it had to do with making changes to the town, and there was a lot of resistance and a lot of emotion, and so it was a real kind of into the frying pan moment in terms of understanding, you know, really, I mean, how deeply people care about this town, and how kind of, in some ways entrenched, but in other ways perhaps thoughtful, their visions are. So I want to do this because I love this town, and I think that my background, and which I can get into in other questions, uniquely situates me to perhaps have something to contribute to this cause.
Thank you. John, you're next.
Okay. Well, how did where you grow up influence your attitude on it?
Well, I grew up in Iran, and I was, I don't know, 11 or 12 years old during the revolution. So, you know, as I think about it, well, that revolution wasn't a referendum on race, but it was a referendum on inequality, and it was a referendum on systemic oppression. And so I do understand those things. In addition, you know, the work that I do, I'm a criminal defense attorney, you know, and I think that it's at this moment in time, nothing groundbreaking to say that I think criminal justice is like the civil rights issue of our time. So it's impossible to work as a public defender or on behalf of people who have been accused of crimes, who are disproportionately, Black and brown, and not understand systemic oppression and inequality at work and all of the kind of collateral consequences that it has on their families. I mean, before becoming a lawyer, I was a mitigation investigator. My job was to travel and to talk to people and listen to their stories and try to tell my client's life story with nuance and texture and empathy. And I completely believe that the skills that I acquired doing that job served me, in every aspect of my life, far more than my legal training does, because I learned how to speak to people who had been exposed to so much community violence, so much other kinds of violence, and oppression, frankly, and people who were, traumatized. So I feel like that is my background and how it has influenced my views on race, in addition to studying and reading and caring. And
Yeah, it's a lot. So thanks.
Barbara?
Sure.
Barbara?
Oh, okay. Hello. How do I pronounce your name? Laylee?
Lately, that's right, yes.
Welcome. What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? What is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
I had mixed feelings about that question. Maybe because of the first step thing, because I don't know personally, and maybe this is really going to ultimately point to something important for you to consider, but I guess for me, the first step is always to acknowledge, what the history is. So before doing anything, before having a vision, for Fairfax, I do think we need to acknowledge what our history is. In this country, there have been systems, that have been set up, structural racism as a term. But as far as that, I think that we should first acknowledge the ways that our country has been wrong, acknowledge the ways that our county has done wrong, and our town specifically, which I have to admit I don't know very much about at this moment, and to then listen to those groups that have been most profoundly affected by that and have them be part of the solution. But that's something that I really welcome and would love to be doing. And I have been trained as a mediator, and I've been trained to listen. And that's probably the thing that I like most about the work that I get to do.
Thank you, Laylee. So I will turn it over to, I'm losing track of the lines. Renee.
Okay, hi, Laylee.
Hi, Renee.
So the next question is, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to the committee?
Well, I think that, maybe I've touched on that to some extent. I think that first and foremost, working on behalf of people who've been condemned to death in California, which means not only spending time with my client, but traveling, into the heart of Louisiana, spending weeks at a time there, not in New Orleans, but really out there, and being trained, on how to approach people there, how to represent who I am, because my name is different. In fact, my name became Sister Lachey in church in Louisiana. But, I think that those are the experiences, the opportunities that I've had to go into communities and to, because of my job and the fact that people were kind enough to let me into their homes, to have access to their lives and to their stories and to their histories. In addition to getting to do a lot of research, going back 2, 3, 4 generations, which put me in a completely different environment, where I was basically in a county clerk's office in Louisiana. And it was, the Black girls, as the county clerk called them. And then there was Sammy, the county clerk, the big white guy, and sort of that sort of enactment of more of the same. Anyway, I feel like that job really gave me a lot of insight and a lot of experience and a lot of love for people here in this country, and those people especially. You know, I could say more about my job in criminal defense. You know, I've worked on behalf of people from anywhere. I mean, I've been on one of the Guantanamo cases. You know, I've worked on behalf of somebody accused of terrorism who was recently found innocent after 14 years. So I go all in, you know, on things that I believe in. I can say that.
Thank you so much.
One of those things.
Great. Thanks so much for sharing all that. And the last question will be asked by Bruce Ackerman.
So Laylee, yeah, this is a long question, but you still have some time. Do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
I absolutely do. And again, I mean, I am as interested in the process as I am in the result. And I also just don't think that the result can be achieved or have any kind of lasting value if the process by which we reach that result isn't one that has everybody feeling good. I mean, in mediation, you learn that the only way you're going to get to resolution is if everybody is involved in the solution, you know, and that means that maybe everybody gives something up. You know, there's that sort of blending of compromise, but it's also, when you're really doing your job, it's an opportunity to help people hear each other. And I think that's the thing about mediation that I find most appealing, is facilitating that communication, making sure that people understand each other, understand, you know, what the other person, you know, in a group, or whether it's a dispute, is trying to convey. And I think that those skills, I think, out of pretty much any other skill that I have, would come in handy and would be what I would draw on in working with a group of people to achieve that result.
Thank you, Lily.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we made it just in time.
Everybody's right on.
All right. Thank you all. Best of luck in your search. I'm glad to have good applicants.
Thank you.
All right.
So the next applicant is Patrice Bryan, and Bruce Ackerman is going to go ahead and welcome.
Hi, Madam Mayor. I am not seeing Patrice on the list of attendees. Patrice, if you're there, could you raise your hand, please? Would we like to move on to the next person in the interest of time?
If that next person is ready, maybe that's what we should do. And then we're up for a break after that, so maybe that will.
So maybe they're not. It is Sandy Hansher.
Yeah. And may I suggest, Bruce, are you okay with letting me go forward with this as my initials are there, just so we don't get.
Yeah, because we'll get confused otherwise. Go right ahead. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And then hopefully Patrice will pop in or email you, Michelle, and let us know what's going on. So is Sandy nearby?
I hope it's okay with her. So I'm going to promote her to panelist, and then Sandy can tell us.
Okay. Sandy? Are you here? Sandy, I see your name.
But she's muted.
Maybe you're muted.
Well, that's because, let's see if I can help her. There.
Andy? Maybe there's a tech.
Yeah.
A tech.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
My dog had to go.
Oh, okay. No problem. We have extra moments for dogs who have to go. Sandy, I'm Renee, and I was wondering if you were on earlier when I described the process for the interview?
Yes.
You were. So you have 10 minutes and then 2 minutes for question, and we'll nudge you along just to make sure that you know that you're where your time is at in case you go long on a question. Okay?
Did some people, did the order change?
No, you just moved ahead of one of the applicants who was not on the line.
And Sandy, if you would like to put your video on, you should be able to. It's up to you though. There we go.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Hi, Sandy. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for applying. And I'm just going to dive into the questions since you heard the process. So I'm the first questioner. And the first question is, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee?
Well, I have spent my whole life doing racial equity and gender equity issues. I taught at College of Marin for 38 years, and I started the women's programs at Indian Valley and put on 3 conferences a year, including the Expanding Your Horizons conferences to encourage girls to go into STEM. I'm credentialed to teach ethnic studies and English and screenwriting. And because I did part of my graduate work in East Africa in a program called African Seminar for Teachers. So there were 40 American teachers and 40 Kenyan teachers, and we took graduate classes together in politics of neocolonialism and arts and culture of East Africa, in order to implement African studies into American schools. So as part of that program, each one of us lived with one of the, went to the ancestral home of one of the Kenyan teachers. And so I went to the foothills I lived in the foothills of Mount Kenya in Kikuyu village, where it was an incredible experience. But even before that, I've been committed to racial equity. I ended up bringing my friend's son to go to College of Marin here and to live with me in Fairfax, Kanye, and he calls me his American mom. And when he lived in Fairfax, he borrowed my bicycle to ride to College of Marin, and he'd come home around 11 o'clock at night. And every night he would say, "Oh, the Fairfax police are so nice. They always ask me if they can help me." And it took
Andy, I'm so sorry. I could listen to you all day, but I just want you to know that you've used 3 minutes and it's only your first question. So if you want to move on, I will send the next question.
Let's move on.
Okay, thank you. Bruce, go ahead.
Thank you, Sandy. It's hard to be rushed like this, but how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
I grew up in a suburb of St. Louis, about a 5-minute drive from Ferguson. And the suburb where I grew up, University City, was named that because of its proximity to Washington University and St. Louis University. But it was an unusual school district, and at the time that I went there, it was entirely white. And my beatnik friends and I had a goal of making U City High School half Black and half white, integrated. When I went back for my 20th high school reunion, that's exactly what it was like. And our guide told us that there were as many kids, Black students who were National Merit Scholars as there were National Merit Scholars when we went there. My father, I grew up in a working class family. My father in the 1950s was a member of NAACP and made sure that we were not racist. So it had a big influence on me. And in fact, in the work that I've done in Marin County, I've ended up meeting a lot of people, a lot of political people who went to my high school, including some work that I did inside of, I was inside of San Quentin once a week for 4 months doing a film. And
Sandy, I really would love to hear everything that you have to say, but
Okay.
you only have less than 5 minutes.
Okay.
So 3 more questions. Do you mind if we move on?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So Stephanie, you have the next question.
What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
Well, of course, I'd like to see people of color feel comfortable coming to Fairfax. With 89% of the population in Fairfax white, we have a lot of work to do. So what I'd like to see is us set up listening sessions. We have a lot of people, of non-white people, who work in Fairfax. And for example, in the Good Earth, it's possible to set up a listening session for the Latinx people who work there and find out in a comfortable way what their experience is being in Fairfax. We can do the same thing for people who, for BIPOC people who live in Fairfax and who just come to Fairfax to visit. But I'd like to see a series of listening sessions so that we can hear exactly what the problem is. Of course, there's always 2 parts to changing things. There's doing something, but first you have to listen.
Thank you so much, Sandy. The next question is coming from John Reed.
Yeah, and hi, Sandy. You've already talked about some of this, but the question is, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset for this committee?
I want to talk about the work that I've been doing since I retired, and especially the work that I've been doing in the last 3.5 years since Trump has been president. And it's all been local work. First, the ACLU had a training session, and I ended up being the lead in Fairfax People Power, which was our task was to get SB 54 passed. And in fact, we got 1/5 of all the signatures in California in our Fairfax group for the petition. We also worked with local police departments, and I worked with Chief Moran, spoke to Chief Moran about his policies and procedures in terms of immigration rights. And in fact, Chief Moran's policies and procedures were the first ones that went online of all the police departments in Marin County. And second of all, his immigration policy was fine. I also have been working with ICE out of Marin. We've put on 3 Truth Act forums in conjunction with the Board of Supervisors, and we've gotten the Marin County Sheriff to go from turning over 165 inmates a year to ICE to just 12 last year, and we want 0. I also worked on a small committee, a research committee called the Law Enforcement Task Force. There were just 4 of us, and we did research into local police departments and also the sheriff's department, starting with immigration policy, but other things too. We also did a research project to look at law enforcement oversight committees. And I've spent time interviewing Jerry Threed, who was in charge of the oversight committee in Sonoma County over their sheriff's department for 2.5 years.
Thanks. Thank you. I
Okay.
want to leave enough time for last.
You just got a few more seconds.
Yeah.
So we can do it. Sandy, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathetically to different points of view, and move forward towards consensus and action?
Absolutely. I just wanted to say that I read all the applications that were online, and I am amazed at the skills and experience and how wonderful all the applicants are.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we all feel the same way. We're amazing. We've got an amazing group of people being willing to step up. So thank you very much, Sandy, for your time. We really appreciate it. And I'm sure you can tune in on September 2nd and hear more. So thank you very much.
Thank you for jumping ahead and when we needed you, Sandy.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. So our next applicant is Lisa Blash. And-
Madam Mayor,
Are we going to take a break?
Oh, I'm sorry, we are
Excuse
taking a
me.
break. Yes.
Madam Mayor, and Patrice is back. She had technical difficulties, so she is on the call, but it's, of course, if you wanted to take a 5-minute break first.
Yeah, I thought we were scheduled for 10, or council, are you?
Well,
We may well have used it up. Actually, more than used it up.
We're already
Okay.
10
So we'll
minutes
come-
next hour.
All right, well, we'll come back in.
you don't have to take a break. It's sort of built in to keep you on track. And the next interview would be at 6:10, and that was Sandy's, but Patrice could do it at 6:10 if.
Okay, council, are you good with just going forward?
I just need a quick bio break. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I know that's rude, but I got it.
No, it's not rude. So
Don't
at
want to miss people.
6:12, we will return with Patrice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So moving right along, I'm glad that Patrice could join us. Patrice, you're the next applicant, and I'm going to turn it over to Bruce Ackerman to welcome you. And in case you haven't heard the process, he can go through that with you.
Patrice appears to be muted.
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Council members, can you hear me now?
Yeah, do you want to turn your video on or not?
You can if you want to, but you don't have to. There we go, Patrice. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, council.
So I don't know if you've heard the introduction of the way this will work, but we have 10 minutes and there are 5 questions. We'll take turns asking you. Each one of us will ask you 1 question. So just pace yourself. You have about 2 minutes per question. It's up to you how you want to do that, but just to know that what you would like to say, you should try to find time to say it. We'd like to hear.
Okay.
So, good evening. And the first question is, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee?
I'd like to be on this committee. Having moved to Fairfax 2.5 years ago, I've experienced, unfortunately, more racism than I have in my lifetime. And it's been mostly, as my father would say, ignorant racism, not racism, which means just a lack of education on the topic. And I'd like to help provide education for that topic for all Fairfaxians. I've talked to a lot of people in the neighborhood, and they simply tell me like they don't understand racism. And they know that they're a part of the problem, but they don't know what the solution is. So that's why I'd like to be a part of the committee to help architect that solution.
Thank you. So I believe the next question will be
me.
asked by
Stephanie.
It's me. Hi,
Stephanie.
Patrice.
Yes.
How did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
My father was an officer in the Air Force, so I actually moved every 3 years my entire life. I've lived all over the world. I think that influenced race primarily because my parents grew up in segregated Miami, and they wanted more for my sister and I. So my father taught us every person you meet is someone you can learn from. And if you don't, you're not doing your job as a human being. And that tremendously influenced my progression as a human being. I mean, I've lived places from Wichita, Kansas to Okinawa, Japan, and always had race at the forefront of my mind because like other African Americans, I was taught how to not get in trouble by the police, how to befriend the police, how to be a good citizen. And I'd say that growing up, the advice that I was given by my elders probably impacted my views on race. Converting to Judaism as an adult also influenced my views on race. I'm also a gay American, a Native American. So my whole life has been filled with racial adversity and racial joyousness.
Thank you for sharing.
And so the next questioner is John Reed.
Yeah. What's your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? What's the first step that you would take to make that vision happen?
My anti-racist vision for Fairfax is that it become anti-racist. Soon after I moved here, someone left a dead crow on my doorstep. It's the most racist sentiment I've ever received in my life. I was at 19 Broadway maybe 2 weeks after I moved here, and I was called colored. I had a conversation with someone. I butted into this conversation. It was with other people about Halloween. And the gentleman was saying how he wanted to dress in blackface to see the shock value. I spoke to him calmly, coolly. He is now one of my best friends in town. And so I would say that the first thing I would do to make Fairfax anti-racist is educate. And I think that education comes not only for children, but also for adults. So I would audit the book selection at the library and make sure that it's full of truly anti-racist literature. And when I say truly, I mean books written by African Americans or other people of color about the racial experience, not those books written by non-people of color about the racial experience. Things like Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, things like W.E. Du Bois' Souls of Black Folks. I would also go into schools the same way that I did in San Francisco. For the past 15 years, when I lived in San Francisco, I was a reader. And what that meant as an African American was I went into schools every February, underserved elementary schools, and read them books about the African American experience. And even though we were given a book list, I never used that book list. I always got a book that meant a lot to me at the same age of the kids I was talking to, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. And I would leave it with their teacher and have it be a part of their new library in their classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the next question is me. So welcome, Patrice.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
In addition to being a reader for San Francisco Public Schools, while I was in San Francisco, I was appointed a volunteer in the Bayview, and I was their small business consultant for 10 years. So I would go into the Bayview on a volunteer basis, never paid, and help folks figure out how to grow their businesses in an area of town that was majority minority, but also to how to expand their business into other areas of the neighborhood. I also spent 4.5 years as director of communication for Service Employees International Union. I left corporate America. I wanted to give back. I worked on a campaign to organize security guards in Los Angeles. And I worked on this campaign specifically because 98% of security officers in LA are African American, and they weren't represented by a union, and their protections were being rolled back. And so I worked with them. I marched with them. I've worked with the United Farm Workers Union on initiatives to promote farm worker rights, access to water, access to shade. I feel like I've spent my whole life, not just because Coretta Scott King is my cousin, but I've spent my whole life fighting for racial justice.
Thank you. And I believe the next question is Renee.
Yeah, hi Patrice. Thank you so much for stepping up here. Last question is, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
I think one of the first stories I told you was about being called colored in the town of Fairfax. That came from a 20-something. We are still friends because instead of getting angry, I did what I was taught as a child, which is ignorance is an excuse for racism, and education is the path to overcome that ignorance. And so, absolutely, I would be able to listen. I would be able to be empathetic. And also, I feel that I can provide a perspective that a lot of folks in town are not able to do because I've lived so many places and experienced so many different things.
Thank you so much. So I think if you're willing to cede your time, we appreciate all that you've shared. That was the last question.
I hope I didn't talk too quickly.
If you would like to say anything else, I believe you can. The time is yours.
Yeah.
Well, I see that I have 1:22 left, and I would just say that I think it all starts and ends with education. I've spoken to a number of teachers at Drake. Their belief is that racism is so endemic in this county that their students don't even understand what racism is. So they will tell you that they're not racist, and then in the same breath, they'll say something that's outrageously racist because they truly don't know what's going on. And again, I believe that it starts with education, going into school classrooms, having listening sessions, and also having sessions where we bring in speakers of ilk, of note. Angela Davis is in the Bay Area. She would be more than thrilled to come to Marin County, and a place where she was tried, and speak to students and speak to adults. And I think it's slightly different given the pandemic, but I think that we could do a lot of Zoom conferences such as these, where we really have people of note who are having Q&A sessions with others who are in town to change viewpoints. But I don't really feel like it's always changing viewpoints. It's just explaining a different viewpoint.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. I am learning so much tonight. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we are going to move on to our next applicant, who is Liesl Blash. And as soon as I see Liesl, I'm going to turn it over to Barbara.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Liesl.
Hi, Liesl. Welcome, Liesl. So
Hello, Liesl.
I think you've probably heard how we're going to do this, but we have 5 questions. You have 10 minutes total, so you'll have to use that and best you can, and everybody's been able to do it. So with that, and we may ask you to wrap up if you go a bit long, just to make sure you get through all 5. So number 1, why would you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
Well, I have to say, even just from being on this conference call, I'm just blown away by the applicants that I've heard. I know that we are a really well-meaning community, but I think we've not always lived up to our potential as a community that's really invested in social justice. And I think maybe we just needed a forum like this to bring us together. A few years ago, it seems like you got some real pushback if you mentioned race or racism in Marin, and now it seems like every other house has a BLM sign on its front lawn. So I'm just like feeling like this is a real sea change, or maybe it's just giving people the permission to speak out finally. And I hope that all of the people who've spoken are going to stay engaged, whether they're on the committee or not, because this has been amazing. I moved here from San Francisco, and San Francisco was very diverse, and moving to Marin was a real shock. Fairfax is predominantly white for various historical and structural reasons that seemed often unquestioned. And so I feel like we really need to look at housing and housing affordability as a component of exploring this issue in town. I think we can do a lot of work on attitudes and structures, but if it is financially difficult for many people of color to live here because of historical conditions that have made homeownership less likely, we won't really reach the goal of being a just and inclusive community. And that's not to say that everyone who is a person of color is poor, but that we need to take that into account as one of the elements that we explore when we talk about this issue. I'm noting that 70% of Black and Latinx households in Marin rent, and 70% of white households in Marin actually own their own homes. So there's a big difference there. So I just want that issue to be on the table, whether I'm on the committee or not.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next person is Renee. Turning over to you.
Okay, so second question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
I grew up in the Santa Clara Valley, the Silicon Valley. My dad was one of the early Silicon Valley workers. And my high school was very segregated by race and ethnicity. Most of the Latinx and Filipino students in high school were put on buses and taken off campus to vocational training programs, whereas the primarily white student body was tracked into academic classes. And I didn't question that. There was a lot of tension between white students and Latinx students in particular, and a lot of derogatory language and perceptions projected on those students. We had what our local papers called a race riot at one point, where one of our cheerleaders threw an apple core at a Latina and called her a racial slur, and then there was a huge fight. And I thought it wasn't racism because it wasn't about Black people. So I was quite ignorant, even though I considered myself liberal. So I really started to question this when I went to college, and I took a number of classes like Chicanos and social change and some very focused women's studies classes. And I was horrified by my lack of understanding and allyship, but heartened by the fact that if I can change, anybody can learn and change. And just look what's happening in our community now.
Okay, thank you. And now the next questioner is Bruce Ackerman, please.
So Liesl, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what would be the first step you would take to make it a reality?
I'm really proud of Fairfax for doing this in general. I would like to see this be a community that is both equitable and anti-racist, but also one that is diverse and puts that anti-racist agenda into action. So I want it to be one that actively welcomes existing future BIPOC residents as full citizens, regardless of their legal citizenship status. It really seems unfair that our workforce is so much diverse than those who live here. I would like us to, if I was on the committee or if I'm just involved in the community in general, I hope we're going to start working on identifying key areas where racism plays out, from policing, housing, education, local government. I think that we could identify a number of categories, recreation, commerce, spiritual, religious, et cetera, and really take a deep dive into each of those areas to determine how diverse they are these aspects of our community. How much power do BIPOC people have in any of these spheres? Are there key policies or practices that disadvantage BIPOC people and advantage white residents? And how can we start to address those obstacles to diversity and justice? And I've really loved hearing tonight people talk about having listening sessions, especially with BIPOC residents in town who are here and everywhere, and yet sometimes they feel like are totally invisible to some of the white community. And I think it would be very important to hear perspectives. And I also think unlearning sessions with white residents would be really good.
Thank you. Okay, and the next question is Stephanie, please.
We're on question 4, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
So I'm a social science researcher, so I'm really good at digging into data and exploring issues on both a quantitative and qualitative level. I think an empirical focus is sometimes useful as part of the mix. I have a degree in women's studies with a focus on intersectionality, and I've taught for more than 3 years in women's studies programs in the Midwest. I've also taught research methods in urban studies and in human sexuality studies at San Francisco State University. And again, both programs had a specific focus on intersectionality and social justice. And I think that we had students who were very afraid of research, and we would always say tools, not rules. And once people took off on the idea that learning this stuff actually allowed them to explore their universe and come up with solutions, it was a really wonderful feeling. When I'm not working as a research analyst on healthcare workforce issues at UC San Francisco, I do a great deal of work on housing with a focus on fair housing and housing segregation, and advocating for the development of affordable housing in Marin. So I now work part-time in this field. I work with the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, and I am also an active member of the Marin Organizing Committee working on affordable housing and tenants' rights, which entails a lot of looking into these issues. I also work as part of this very part-time as a consultant to the Multicultural Center of Marin, where I support the Canal Community Resilience Council project to develop community resilience and leadership in this predominantly immigrant community. And the CCRC is working to build community resilience to both climate change and gentrification. So the focus of the project is to get local people, to bring local elected officials into the community, to hear the concerns of the community, and to provide some solutions, but also to give the community entree into engaging with local government, to take some control in local initiatives that are going to impact their community. And I'd say of the many things that I've done in my life that I'm proudest, I think 2 of them stand out. One of them was working to redistrict San Francisco, which had been an at-large community for many years, and also instituting ranked choice voting because we wanted to see the community become, have its leadership be more diverse. And I think that's actually been successful. And it's really exciting to see it morph and change over the years. And I also am very proud of advocating for Victory Village in Fairfax because I think that that will help us become a more diverse and just community and serve a lot of people who really need somewhere to be at this time in our history.
Thank you.
And I guess I also want to say that I did do a stint as a intern with a group called Equity Institute that did unlearning work in terms of racism, classism, heterosexism, and et cetera. So some background there too.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last question will be John Reed. Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, very interesting. Well, the 5th question is, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move towards consensus and action?
Yes, I think I could do that. I mean, I've worked very intensively with different groups of people through both teaching and working on housing issues, and through my work on the board of a couple of different environmental groups. And, I find that I often feel like I hear something and I think I've got this point of view, I've got this point of view, and I kind of state my point of view. And then I kind of sit back and say, what am I hearing from people? And I often change my mind through hearing from people. So although I tend to come in with an opinion, I'm really open to changing it. And I'm often delighted when people kind of throw my expectations because I feel like I learned something and I become a much more useful participant when that happens. So I think that would be delightful.
Thank you very much, Lisa. All right, well, we appreciate your time, and it just is amazing. Every person appears to just be a great fit. So this can be a hard decision when we make it. So thank you very much, Lisa, and we'll be moving on to our next candidate in a couple minutes.
Thank you, Liesl.
Hi, Liesl. So the next candidate is Jane Richardson Mack, and John Reed is going to do the welcome. And I see you're there, so I'm going to turn it over to you, John.
Okay, I can also see your microphone says you're muted, Jane. There you go. Great.
Hello.
Hi, and welcome. And have you heard the basic structure of this? I mean,
I have actually. I'm sorry I didn't listen to the whole. I didn't know it was going to be public, and I only listened to the former applicant, so I haven't listened to anyone else. But I'm ready to roll.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the blueprint is there's a timer. You're on the clock, but that's to give you guidance. There's 5 questions, and so each council member will ask you a question, and then take a couple minutes for each. We may interrupt you in case you go on for one particular question, just to make sure you have time for all. But the first question is, why do you want to be RESJ member?
Well, I love this town of Fairfax. I've lived here 40 years. And I think this is a really momentous time in history for a lot of reasons. And I would be honored to serve on a committee and hope that I could help contribute to the diversity of the members on the committee, to not only racial equity, social justice, diversity, all of it in a sane and rational way to go forward, listening to not only a chorus of people who all agree with each other, but a way to engage the entire community, especially those who don't necessarily agree with ways, because that would really be progress. And then it would be real, and it would include the entire community. And anyway, I would like to be a part of it. If I'm surprised I was even interviewed, but I guess you're interviewing everybody. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jane. I think I'm up next. So welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. How did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
I grew up in Minneapolis, Minnesota as a green-eyed, black-haired girl in a sea of blonde, blue-eyed people. So on a minuscule level, I grew up feeling different, and I took full advantage, quite frankly. And my mother was a very minimal wage bookkeeper who wasn't even allowed to buy a house. In those days, a single woman couldn't own a home. So I was brought up very middle class. My father lived in New York, and I went there as a teenager, and that opened my eyes to a whole other world of people and experience. And as soon as I was able, I went to New York to live. And there I had a much broader experience of other people of all different backgrounds. I had multiracial relationships, both male and female. I loved the diversity of New York City. I still do. I thrived on it. It was absolutely fantastic. What else? I tried to make some notes so I could get things in. I think that's pretty much where I grew up, how that influenced me.
Great, thank you. And I will turn it over to Renee.
Okay, hi, Jane.
Hi.
The third question is, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
My vision and first step are sort of all the same. The first thing I would want to do is to try to find out where and how does anti-racism manifest in our town. Reach out to find from people, and especially those, I heard that some people, I listened to the former the meeting where all this was talked about, and it was said that a lot of people of color and ethnicities were not feeling comfortable being interviewed or not being comfortable on this committee or whatever. So I would like to make sure that their voices were heard. Find a safe way to have everybody's voice heard, not just the voices that all agree with each other, but all of them, in order to try to come to some kind of a way of finding what to do about it, how to take a step, how to improve things, where it isn't just one voice or one kind of people being heard, but everybody. And that's a big job, trying to hear everybody. I mean, we go through this, you go through this in every town council meeting with open time. So it's a big job, but I think it's necessary, that it be very much an inclusive system of finding out what to do about this. How does it exist? What does it look like? And what do we do about it?
Okay, thank you very much. The next question will be coming from Bruce Ackerman.
I think it's Stephanie.
Uh-oh.
I think on question 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm good.
Yeah, it's Bruce.
Bruce.
Yeah, so question 4 then. So, Jane, what's your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil and human rights that will make you a valuable asset to the committee?
Well, as a very advanced senior citizen, I was active in the civil rights movement, the anti-war protests in New York. And I finally realized the only way I could really make a contribution was to use my creative energy. And at that time, theater was very political and revolutionary. And I co-formed a theater company, and we were, it was all original material based on social change, justice, civil rights, anti-war, you name it, we were for it. And we were very successful. We ran off Broadway. We were actually the only theater company to perform at the Woodstock Festival. We were hired to keep peace around the whole area, and we were the second act on stage. I've spent my whole life as an artist of one sort or another, and I believe in the power of creativity to solve problems. I think it's a good way to tackle difficult issues, because people can speak creatively in ways that they can't in just plain words or whatever. And it can be positive, and it moves music and theater and art and painting. Creative efforts have moved people since the beginning of time. And Fairfax is a creative community, and I would really love to help that find a voice, find a way to use creativity to solve this problem in perhaps a more gentle way. And I've traveled around the world. I've lived a very full, rich life, and I'm very much a senior. And I hope you will include seniors, not only youth, but the whole spectrum of people in this committee. I guess maybe that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you feel you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathetically to different points of view, and move forward toward consensus and action?
I do. In fact, I hope that the committee is diverse, so that there is a diversity of opinion and real conversations can take place, not just everybody agreeing on one line of thought. I have served on the PAC committee in the 80s, which efforted to try to find something to do with the town country club. I served on open space committee for a number of years, and I'm currently serving on the tree committee. I actually, in speaking about creativity, I think my best asset actually is coming up with creative solutions. And I love working with other people. The more ideas that go into the mix, the synergy of it is more exciting to me than just my own idea. generally the outcome, the product of a group. It's not, it isn't what some people say a giraffe is a, whatever it was, a zebra put together by a community or something. Community, I don't believe that. I think you really can. If you have a lot of different voices, you put it together, and like a good cook, you come out with something really, really positive and good at the end. But you do need, I think, a diversity of ingredients into the solution. So yes, I do think I can and will and would like to.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the end of our 5 questions here. If there's a quick statement to wrap things up, or you feel like you've...
Well, I thank you, and I don't envy your job in trying to sort this all out. It's a big one, and even when the committee is formed, that's going to be a tough job too. It's a great big topic. The whole world is facing this in one way or another, and I don't imagine we're going to come up with a magic solution. But I think probably if any town in California could do it, maybe Fairfax can. We certainly are a diverse community, and you all can testify to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's well worth doing, I think. Okay. So thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jane. So we're going to move right on to our next candidate. And the next candidate is Sophia Martin, and I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Hellman to welcome you in.
Hi, Sophia. Were you on earlier? Are you familiar with how we are managing this process? Are you on mute?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been watching a few, so I could tell a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, well, you have 10 minutes, and we are essentially giving 2 minutes per answer, but there's wiggle room there. There's 5 questions, which you probably heard from if you've been listening in. And so we will give you a little warning if you're running out of time. But if you're ready to begin, let's see, who's up? I guess I'm up for the first question, which is, one second. Why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
Yeah, well, I have grown up in Fairfax my entire life, and I absolutely love this town. I can't imagine ever being too far from it as an adult, which is one of the reasons why I want to be a part of a group that wants to improve it in ways that will honestly directly affect me, because as much as I've loved living here and as many good experiences as I've had here, for the longest time I would walk around and never see anyone like me, or when I did, it was kind of like it was like a miracle that day that I was like, wow, this is crazy. And I think I'm just really passionate about not just Fairfax specifically, but Marin in general, helping the residents of color feel more included in these communities, even when there's a higher demographic of them present. I work for Youth Court, and as well as been on the Youth Advisory Board for Youth Court, where I work with restorative justice and preventing the school to prison pipeline. So work a lot with youth of color, and I know in Fairfax specifically, but again in Marin in general, just how big the disparities can be for youth specifically, but also for adults. I've been working with Youth Court has now become independent, and they're their own nonprofit with Youth Transforming Justice. And through them, I've worked through the County of Marin. I've interned for the County of Marin for the last 2 years. So I know that there's amazing things in Fairfax, and there's really little I want to change about it, but I do want to help with the few improvements that I think we all know that Fairfax can make.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up is John.
Yeah, and you grew up in Fairfax, but the question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude about race? And if there's more that you want to say about that, great.
Yeah, so I've had quite a unique experience growing up in Fairfax as someone who's biracial. My dad was white and my mom was black. So that in and of itself, and then in a white community for the longest time, I didn't really know what it meant to be black. And for the longest time, it felt a bit suppressed, me just accepting who I was and how I looked. And then I ended up going to TAM for about a year and a half, where that's where I met the first African American kids and made my first friends that looked like me. And then I ended up coming back to Drake this past school year. But in that experience of going to TAM is where I realized that there are people in Marin County who are very proud of where they come from, even if they do look different. And I think that that is something that I can help kind of transition over to this community and about how to make people feel more proud of where they come from and not feel like they're just expected to assimilate, and that they can, be open and proud in a community where they feel safe doing that.
Okay.
Thank you. Bruce?
Yes.
I think it's
Oh.
actually me.
Right?
Oh, sorry.
I know it's the lines are mixing.
Sure.
Hi, Sophia. Okay, so question 3. What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? What is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
I think my anti-racism vision for Fairfax is that people of all different races aren't just living here, they feel accepted here and they feel safe here, and not feeling like you have to be worried about someone watching you when you're going into a store, or having someone ask a question to you that feels uncomfortable, but you don't feel like you can say anything because of just the culture that surrounds that, and feels like, oh, it's my fault that I'm offended by that. I think that in the last few months, it's been great seeing how much support that there is in Fairfax, and the protests that are going on in the parkade every single day, which is crazy. And just that in and of itself is just really nice to see. And I think encouraging more of that in the community, of being very open and accepting, and not just feeling like we're always concerned about our own personal interests or stuff that affects us directly. And I think that one thing that, is kind of maybe not policy wise, but something I think we could encourage doing is having more people from other communities in Marin County coming to Fairfax. So, there are performers from Marin City that are amazing. There's people from San Rafael that are amazing. And I think having more of that, culture blending, even if it's not residents who live here, but just having that be normalized is really important for making it feel like it doesn't matter what color you are, and that everyone deserves to feel safe here.
Great, thank you, Sophia. And I will turn it over to Renee.
You're on mute, Renee.
Oops. Hi, Sophia. So this is your 4th question. So just to keep in mind the time, the question is, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil and human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Yeah. Well, I mentioned a little bit that I work for a youth court that works a lot with the school to prison pipeline and preventing that. So I'm a big advocate for alternatives to suspensions, which disproportionately affect students of color. Recently, I founded a group called Youth for Racial Equity that works with the that's been working with the TAM district to find certain ways that each specific school can help support their students of color. As well, I'm on a community coalition that's advocating for the removal of SROs in schools like San Rafael and Nevada that, again, disproportionately affect students of color in those communities.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And the next question.
The last question, I believe, would be mine, and that is, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen emphatically, empathically to different points of view and move toward consensus and action?
I think so. I think that one of the things I'm most grateful for about working in so many different environments, whether that's with a group of district attorneys or public defenders or probation officers or YMCA members, is that I'm very used to working with adults. And especially with the district attorney aspect of it and the public defender, I'm used to working with adults I don't necessarily agree with. So I think I've been pretty good at over time being able to not shut down when people maybe disagree with something that I say, or they disagree with something that I say, and being able to come to that understanding about, okay, well, where's this person coming from? And how can we both get our voices heard and have something come about it that we're both happy with? So I think working with adults has been pretty easy for me over time. And working with people I disagree with, I also think that just my experience working in a lot of different avenues with people who typically have different political opinions than me has been something that I'm pretty used to at this point.
All right. Well, thank you. And you have some time left. So if there's anything else that you would like to add, the time is yours.
I just, as the last person said, I just wanted to say thank you for having this be created. It means a lot as someone who, for the longest time, has felt a bit invisible in Marin County, knowing that there are people that want to help with, having this be an inclusive environment for people of all colors. And I hope to get a lot of great work done. That's about it. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great night, Sophia. Okay.
Thank you.
So our next candidate is Matt Dong. And I'm going to have Bruce Ackerman go ahead and start you out.
As soon as we're connected. There we go, Matt. And you may be muted. There we go. We've got video and soon we'll have sound, right? Do you need to, there we go.
I'm in the car. We're unmuted. You can see me, I think. See all you.
We can hear you. Speak up as well as you can because it's a little bit faint. So I don't know if you've been watching these, but basically we have 10 minutes and I don't know, you can't see the screen, right? Can you see a screen? Yeah, okay. So you can see a timer. So that's 10 minutes total. We have 5 questions for you. We'll each ask you 1 question. So just pace yourself. You have about 2 minutes per question, but you use your time as you wish. Okay, good evening, Matthew. And the first question is, why do you want to be on the Res J committee?
Well, I want to be on the committee because I feel like it's my responsibility to myself, my family, the community, even the nation to actively continue the idea that we're creating a more perfect union. And I want to do that and make this the place that we wish to live in, one that it's inclusive and also draws strength from its diversity. That's and let's take advantage of an obvious global movement that has some inertia. Do it now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Matt, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
I was born and raised in San Francisco. We just moved out here with my family, 3 kids and a dog, and 8 years ago. And I'm second generation Chinese. And being Chinese always meant being inferior. I didn't really know that at the time, especially when I'm younger, but there was a feeling of being the other, being a foreigner, and it had everything to do with assimilation. And that assimilation for me meant abandoning my heritage. It's the reason why I don't speak Chinese today, because I didn't want to do that and be different. And it's something that has kind of created the idea in my mind that I needed to be more white to be accepted. And it was overt and also subtle. all the cues that I was being told. And as soon as I did that, I might be acknowledged, but that acceptance was never truly given because the people would call me a banana. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but that's yellow on the outside and white on the inside. So I couldn't even do my best to be accepted. I was told back, things like go back to where you came from, insulted by overt and sort of culturally accepted negative stereotypes, such as Asians being weak, being untrustworthy, things like that. So this all created a lot of hurdles for me during my youth, and into this day of lack of self-confidence or self-worth. But it's also these challenges that also kind of gave me some sort of onus to be able to say, this needs to change, and this is the kind of thing I want to do now. I'm not unique, obviously, but my experience is instructive and meaningful because I do know the nuances of living under a sometimes somewhat invisible cultural, chronic, systemic system of white supremacy, and it's something we can't shy away from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, so this is the third question here? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sorry about that. So what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what is the first step that you would take to make that vision happen?
I have a lofty one. The vision ultimately is really to make Fairfax a local and national leader. I think it's possible to be a model for others in how we approach anti-racist policy, governance. And it's not obviously not just anti-racist. We're talking about there's so many other kinds of bigotries, and whether they're sexual differences or misogyny. It's all of a fabric. But that's the uber piece. Let's be proud of where we're from, our neighbor, and be a leader for the nation. But that means to me, number one, I would like to do that with a particular focus point on education. Education meaning school education, because that's where the foundation lies for me, in particular, especially because I have kids who are biracial. I need to be able to work in that area as a primary focus because they are the true beneficiaries of what we do. Older folks, this is a long-term game. There's some short-term gains we can get, but this is about persistent, systemic sort of a push for schools to do things like change their curriculum. We've been trying to do that for a long time, but change the curriculum to give a better, more complete understanding of the foundations of white supremacy. This is where it's going to count. And then also this committee needs also to be the sort of hold those accountable, right? Who are supposed to be able to change these kinds of curriculums in school, change bullying, change these things. So someone has to be there to be a kind of watchdog. And that's number two. Can we be a watchdog? Meaning, can we be a safe harbor for those who have experienced racism and bigotries in Fairfax, who are typically very invisible? It happens all the time. And I've read the blogs and things like that about school kids who've said, this is what happens to me, but they're a little bit buried. And we need to be able to take those stories and provide the bedrock to be able to provide the meaningful change that people can see and be aware of. Like, this really happens here. So that would be sort of, for me, a sort of a two-pronged approach among many, but one of them is school education and one is being a watchdog and a voice for particularly of the voiceless. Things like folks who are homeschooling, who are perhaps Mexicans who don't want to mix because they're afraid of mixing right now. Or those things have to be leveled up and documented in order for there to be change, because there needs to be an awareness around them.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. So welcome, Matthew. Number 4 question is, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
One obvious one is I am a person of color, and there needs to be folks who understand and what that means and what those
Could you
stories
speak
are.
up a little bit? I just want to make sure everybody can hear you.
Sure. One of my relevant pieces of experience is just obviously who I am. I'm a person of color, and I have a certain kind of experience. I understand what it feels like to be within a culture that is has certain foundations in racism, and I also understand how to think strategically. My background professionally is in brand development and corporate strategy, and so my mindset gravitates towards creating sort of and executing strategic approaches in order to change behaviors. That's what I do. It's sort of part of what I've done for over 20 years. And I think that helps me kind of give a concise and sort of actionable way to move minds and create change. I'm also a great student of civil rights leaders, the obvious ones like Martin Luther King, Gandhi. And I want to continue the work that John Lewis said, which is, creating good trouble. And part of that trouble is not necessarily creating a tension-filled environment, but it is creating an environment where you speak about some things that are the unspeakable, like white supremacy, and be able to do that with empathy. And that kind of leads into the next question, I know. So I'm kind of pushing it.
Okay, well, just to give you time, thank you. Let's go to the next question, and I believe that is Renee.
Yeah, and I'll let you just keep
Yeah.
question.
The core of the next question is really around empathy for me, because that is a requirement, a mandate. There isn't any behavioral change. There is no conversation without empathy. And that's not in an echo chamber, talking to people, speaking to the choir. That's actually actively going out and speaking to those who may have a differing opinion and speaking to them as humans and understanding what their circumstance is and empathizing with them. And it's all about building relationships, building bridges, but also about holding people accountable for their view, whether they be just my neighbor or an elected official. And that's what makes empathy. And I'm very good at that. It's just, I've been told over and over, I'm a really good listener and listen to both sides. And how can I not lose my head? Well, it's partly baked into me as a person, but I also vehemently believe that all people have a right to say what they need to say, but we need to do so in a way that's thoughtful, empathetic, and if there's differing, we need to bubble it up. We need to talk about it, and I do believe that we can change minds. And once you change minds, you can begin to change policy, create legislation around that.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matthew, for stepping up.
You, Matt.
You're welcome. Thanks for creating this. And I'm hoping that however I can help, I'd like to be a part of this or any other piece of it.
Great. Okay. Have a good safe drive.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So you all, it's 7:07 and our next applicant is Tayu Niogi, but that's not till 7:10. So if we want to be right on, why don't we take 3 minutes real quick, stretch, and then we'll come back and welcome Tayu. Okay, at 7:10. Thanks. Okay, is everyone back? Michelle?
Yes.
Great. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And we're going to move right on to our next applicant. And that applicant is Tayu Niogi. And as soon as Tayu pops in, we will begin.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Tayu.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Hear you well.
A different screen.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Tayu, have you been on and have you heard?
I have. I've listened to the whole thing. You don't have to go through the spiel.
Awesome. So we're going to just jump right in. And I'm going to start. I get the first question. So that question is, why do you want to be on the Res J committee?
As a person of color who's lived in Fairfax for 16 years and raised biracial kids here, I've experienced micro and macro aggressions on a fairly regular basis. I want every BIPOC resident and visitor to feel at home and welcomed. Having felt like I don't belong here, I want to be a part of the process to make that change. And sitting on the ResJ committee, really, it's the beginning. And I think that's my real reason, is to make a welcoming place for everyone, including myself. And you guys have started it.
Great. Thanks, Tayu. And the next question will come from Bruce.
That would be me, and good evening, Tayu. So the next question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
So the first 5 years of my life, I was born in Uganda. I lived in Uganda and Ghana for the first 5 years. The concept of race didn't enter my world until I moved to New York City with my white mother when I was about 5.5. We lived in a very diverse neighborhood, but even with the diversity, I felt a huge, huge racial divide and an economic divide, but really a racial divide. My white friends would say to me that they only thought of me as white. I had never understood what that meant to them, because I myself didn't feel like I always felt like a person of color, never identified as white, even though I lived with my white mother and it's just the two of us. And if people said that to me, the not understanding what their meanings were, where they were coming from, and I didn't have the knowledge or the understanding within myself to question them and to have the deep conversations. To be absolutely honest, I really haven't had the ability to talk about my own feelings about my race and my uncomfortableness in all the places that I've lived until fairly recently, and actually until I went back to my birth country, Uganda, 2 years ago, when I finally, for the first time, felt like I belonged somewhere. And I realized, going back there and feeling that sense of belonging, that I deserve to feel like I belong in my hometown. So that's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the next question is coming from Stephanie.
What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
So my vision for Fairfax is to be a town that embraces diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what the heart of my being is. Of what I don't even know how to explain it. It seems like something that would make so much sense and be so easy. And it's one of the hardest things in the world, to have a space that feels inclusive for all. And I think that, so I want Fairfax to be a community where people actually truly listen to each other. I think you guys actually took the first step, and in your listening sessions, and those were the most brilliant things that I've experienced in my time here, because you, me, all the community members that were listening heard people's experiences in a way that I think most people don't really realize. Like we walk through life with blinders on. We don't want to know what Tayu has gone through in her daily life in racial experiences. It's not, we don't question each other. We don't ask each other those in-depth things. And that session, it was one of the hardest things that I've ever done, speaking out, but it was the best thing, because it was the beginning of healing for myself. And and knowing that you guys were listening and that the community was listening, and that this next step of the ResJ committee is to really truly advance the true listening. I just, I keep saying listening, and I think that's something that we don't do with each other. We don't listen to each other. We shake our heads, we nod, we just keep going, and we don't really sit and listen. And I think that to create a space of the ResJ committee, I think the first thing that needs to be done is to create a really safe, and trusting space for the people on the committee to feel like that we can be completely open and honest with each other in all of our feelings, emotions, and yeah.
Thank you, Tayo. Thank you so much. John is going to ask you the next question.
Okay.
So, and I guess that would be, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this community?
Racial equity is a huge priority in my life. I've been focusing my work in our school districts for the last few years. I feel that we really need to disrupt the systemic racism that's built into the education system. And by doing so, we can make real lasting change. I've been involved with the parent equity team at the school formerly known as Drake for the last 2 years. This past year, we created a 3-part community event. We started with a book read. We did a Courageous Conversations workshop, and our last event, which was going to be going back to the book read and with SOAR kids, was canceled because of COVID. But it was not just for Drake families, it was for the entire Ross Valley School District, and we publicized it widely throughout the Ross Valley. And then for the last year, I've sat on the racial equity team at Ross Valley School District and on the subcommittee for the parent equity team. So I think that, well, yeah, that's it. Sorry.
Working.
Okay, well,
you.
welcome, Tayu.
Thank you.
The last question is, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathetically to different points of view, and move forward with consensus and action?
I absolutely do think I can. I think that while we all may be varied and from very different backgrounds, we come here with a common cause and a love for our town. We may not be in the same place on our journey as anti-racists, or even in the beginning or at the end. We're all in this together, and I think that, sorry, my train of thought just went.
That's okay.
My mother called and I was like not answering, so I got so totally distracted. Sorry.
You can do it. Thank you.
So sorry.
That's all right. You got time.
So even if we're not on the same path, in the same spot on our journey as anti-racists, it would not hinder my effectiveness to work with others on the committee. I'm so committed to listening. I think that, as I've said earlier, listening is the key to moving forward, especially in this conversation.
Well, thank you so much, Tayu.
Thank you.
I've seen you over the years, and it's good to kind of meet you through this opportunity.
Really
so thank you for applying.
Thank you guys for doing this. It means a lot. So thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks.
All righty. So we're moving right along, and our next applicant is Larry Bradman. So Barbara, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you're going to MC Larry along.
I got it. I think we need Larry to unmute himself and if he wants to turn his video on. Hi, Larry.
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna close the door.
Okay,
Hi.
welcome.
Hi. Come on.
When you're ready.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just
Hello.
briefly tell you, I think you've probably been following, but what we have is 5 questions and you've seen them and probably worked on them. And
bit.
you'll have about 2 minutes each for questions, a total of 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we will prompt you if it looks like you're running out of time. We want you to be able to get to all 5 questions.
Okay.
So I'll be asking the first question, and
Okay.
that is, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
Well, I think I could bring some depth of experience from what I've been doing. So I think I have a pretty broad perspective on it, you know, from not only being on the council, I was on your council for 11 years from 03 to 2014, but you know, I've been practicing criminal law since 1982. So I've seen how it plays out from both ends of the system, really. I've seen it from arrest to sentencing. I've seen it. I've also, I mean, just to give you a little background, I've been appointed on serious felony cases by the Superior Court, still taking appointments from the court for conflicts with the public defender. I've represented victims of excessive force in civil cases. I've done more than my share of those cases. I've also represented crime victims in civil cases, so I know the kind of damage and pain that misconduct, criminal misconduct can cause. So I think that would help benefit some of your conversations. And just as far as my background, you know, I grew up in Milwaukee, which is considered one of the most racially segregated cities in the United States. I was half raised by African-American women. High school, I spent 2 years tutoring kids in the inner city. College, spent 3 years, University of Pennsylvania, West Philadelphia, a very old and established African-American community, also the home of some of the worst police abuses in the United States in the last 50 years. You know, culturally in Milwaukee, I grew up with Chicago blues. So, I mean, African-American culture has always been kind of part of my identity. And, you know, just to the spectrum, you know, I've studied Spanish for 4 years. So I think I've got a pretty broad cultural and professional background that I could bring to your conversations.
All right. Thank you, Larry. Let's move on to question 2 because we're at 3 minutes. So we want to make sure you have time.
Yeah.
And that would be Renee, please.
Hi, Larry.
Hi.
You actually just already entered into the second question, which is how did where you grew up influence your attitude about race?
Yeah.
So if you
Yes.
want to add to that, or you can take more time for the next question.
No, I'll take more time, but I think you get a flavor of it. So, you know, I think that my more recent activities, last couple of years, I've been helping the Golden Gate Village Resident Council, which is a very old and historic African-American community in Marin, advocating to improve conditions, get resources from the county. I mean, there's a whole history in Marin County of redlining and exclusionary racial covenants that, thank God we're talking about now as a serious subject. We're not beyond race. I mean, it is so baked in to our relationships. So, I mean, I'm just really glad that this whole conversation is happening and, want to help move it in a progressive direction, a positive direction.
Great.
So,
Thank you, Larry. So question 3, I think, will be Bruce, I believe.
Yes, and so, hello, Larry. The next
Hi.
question is, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what's the first step you would take to make that vision possible?
So let me just give you quick background. When I was elected in 2003, the progressive bloc on the council was advocating to maintain local control of our police department, because at that time we were under, even worse financial distress than you are now. And we advocated to keep our department local, to keep local control. And as far as the service levels are concerned, I think we've done a good job. We have the only 24/7 coverage. We have our own dispatch. There's a lot of good service that we've provided through that mechanism. On the other hand, what I think is the flip side of that whole local control thing is accountability. And without accountability, it doesn't matter if you're local. So my vision is to improve that level of accountability, to improve and create a level of transparency with the council and with the community about police activity, about police training, to have input into our department and to have an open and honest conversation about how we can improve it. And a big part of it, I did catch a little bit of Tayu's interview, it's listening. I'm not on the street anymore like I was, 40 years ago when I first moved here. When you're younger, you're out there, you're more exposed, and you're more vulnerable. And I think each of us probably had some experiences when you're younger that are a lot different than the experiences you have when you're older and you have a home and you have a nicer car probably and all that. So I think listening and identifying what is happening out there and really understanding and analyzing, the reality that, folks are going through, the up and coming generation and the new generation of people. I mean, this, again, it's that whole aspect of accountability. And, honestly, I mean, it's overdue. Even here in Fairfax. And, I think, I mean, Chris Moran knows I've had many conversations and correspondence with him about some of the great work that Fairfax has done in solving crime and being compassionate and helping local residents. Incredible stuff that I've
Thank
seen
you.
them do. So
Thank you, Larry. We've only got about less
I
than
see
3
my
minutes.
timer. I see my
I
timer.
just want to make sure we get through all these. So number
that's okay.
4, I believe, is Stephanie, please.
Hey, Larry. So you've
Hi.
touched on this already, a lot of this already. What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
I mean, I've kind of given you a resume already, and I just want to say I will participate if I'm on the committee or I'm not on the committee. So it's going to depend how you want, what type of group you want. So I don't want you to be influenced by any, feeling of obligation to me. This is not about me or my feelings. It's about creating a committee that is effective in doing, I think, the mission that the committee itself is going to be devising. So I'm going to be helping and participating. in whether it's on the committee or it's just as a commenter, because I do have some ideas, and I think there's some things that I can bring to the committee or bring to your conversations that, could be relevant and maybe helpful. So,
Okay, well, thank you, Larry. We got one more question, and that is
That's me.
John.
Yeah.
Hi, John.
Hi, Larry. Thanks. And, you've said a lot here. And the fifth question, of course, is do you feel that you'll be able to work effectively with the diverse group, the varied group of people who are on this committee together? I guess I should.
I'm here to learn and not just speak. So I hope, because it's going to be a learning journey for me. And so, for me, it's a great opportunity to tune in and hear what's going on and, educate myself. So, that's what I can promise you, is that I will do my best to be diligent listener and, respect everybody's point of view, because, everybody's experience is very real and important to them. So
Thank you, Larry.
Oh,
You
yeah.
always do. Appreciate that. So thank you, and
good luck. And
move on to the next person. Thank you very much.
for taking it up, you guys. Really.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. And we're going to move on to the next applicant. And the next applicant's name is Lilia Ramachandran. I hope I said that right. And I'm going to turn it over to John Reed to welcome and get Lilia all up to speed on this process.
Okay. And I'm looking forward to seeing the technology work that makes her appear.
I don't see. There she is.
Lilia. Oh, you're muted again. Please unmute. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you.
There we go.
See me?
Okay. Yes. Welcome.
Hi. Hello. Thank you for having me.
Oh, a pleasure all around. Have you been watching this? Do you know the routine here?
I have. Yes.
Okay, great. So you know that there's 5 questions and you have 10 minutes and all that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, you ready for the first one that I imagine? Why do you want to be on this ResJ committee?
Well, I think want is kind of a tricky word. I feel a calling, or I feel an obligation to take part in some way, whether it be on the committee or not. Especially as an advocate for peoples and cultures that may not be sort of on the forefront of people's minds, but do exist in our town. Of course, pretty much any person of color is kind of lost in the crowd here in Fairfax. I know that from personal experience, being of Indian heritage. I was one of the only different ones growing up here. And so, yes, I feel an obligation to stand up for people of color, but also for otherwise disadvantaged people or marginalized people.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I guess
It's moving on to me.
Yeah, I'll hand it on.
Okay. Hi, Lilia. So how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
So as I said before, I am Indian European descent, and I was born in Hamburg, Germany. I moved here when I was 6 years old and lived kind of back and forth my whole life. My father stayed in Germany. My mom was here in Fairfax. And so I did go to school primarily here. I myself was victim to racist slurs, racist remarks, racist behavior growing up. So I know that myself, but I also, especially saying here, I grew up with a white mother. In Germany, I had a brown father who I learned a lot from, especially being in Germany and having lots of conversations about race and about historical context of Germany. It was a conversation that we had a lot. I learned a lot from my father, especially in Germany, there being sort of more of a racist, which happened here too once 9/11 became a thing. I was victim a lot to, and my father was as well, victim to racist remarks having to do with being Muslim, which neither of us are. However, my dad taught me that we stand up for Muslim people. We never use that as a scapegoat to say, oh, I'm not Muslim. We never tell them what religion we are. We stand up for people. And I think that that has really done a lot for me to care about the other person.
Thank you. I think it goes to Renee.
Yeah, it does. Sorry, I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Luna.
Go ahead, Renee.
Okay. So the third question is, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what is the first step that you would take to make that vision happen?
Yeah, I've heard others say this before, and it is the most important, listening. I think that it would be great to create, maybe the first week, do a nice big listening group and hear from people of color, especially, and otherwise marginalized people here in Fairfax, and hear about their experiences, hear what they want, what do they need. Also, I think that it's really important to recognize that racial equity is not just tied to helping people of color, but changing the culture in and of itself. And that's tied to the patriarchy, that's tied to, capitalism and people of lesser means being treated differently. And so that's something that I really would like to tie into the discussion, is not just how do we solve this problem right now, this one part of the problem, but how do we solve the culture as a whole and work towards changing Fairfax?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Bruce, I think you're up next.
Yes, and so that would be, good evening, Lilia. The question would be, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Well, I'm not sure that I have as much experience as some of the other applicants I've seen in my work sort of abilities or what I've done. I'm an artist and I'm a goldsmith. I've traveled extensively. I've lived in different countries. I went to school in Germany. So I don't know if I can tell you now that there's some job that I did that is, going to make me better at this than someone else. But obviously being a person of color is really big. Having these experiences, knowing what it feels like. And I'm deeply empathetic and will start crying if I talk about it too much. I care about other people a lot. And I have my whole life been the person who stands up for my friends, and truly do believe that in order to be a good friend to those people, I have to stand up for them every single time, do something every single time, and never accept silence. I can't, I can't be silent. I guess that's the main thing. I'm empathetic, but I'm also really resilient. I think that's important too. I put up with a lot of crap, and I'm still here, and I still care, and I still want to be part of it, and I still want to put myself subject to being in this public forum and knowing that I'm going to receive words that I don't want to hear, but I'm willing, because I think it's really important to stand up for people.
Well, thank you. And next,
Stephanie?
Stephanie.
You're muted, Stephanie.
Sorry, I was sneezing earlier. I put myself on mute. Do you feel that you'd be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topic topics, listen empathetically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Thanks. I do. I also see it as I'm kind of excited for the possibility of doing that. I see it as an opportunity for me to learn a lot and to grow a lot as a person. I personally, growing up of Indian descent in Fairfax especially, was subject to racist comments and actions, but was also told that I'm too white to get to complain about it, and was silenced a lot. And so it's actually quite new for me to stand up for myself. I'm used to standing up for other people, but standing up for myself is something new. And it's something that I'm sort of learning now. And I'm really excited to get to be around other people who are maybe sort of along the same path at different places and learn from them, as well as teach too, you know, to someone who might not be as far along as I am, to teach how to stand up for oneself. And yeah, I think that's kind of it. Yeah, I'm excited to do it. I really want to be around these people. And I do have to say too, that from the perspective of like the little girl in me, I really hope that you choose a lot of people of color, and really diverse people, because it's hurtful to only see white men in positions of change, or the power, basically, where you're in a position to change things. And I really hope that for the young girls growing up who are kind of like me or a little bit different, that they get to see a really diverse group of people.
Well, that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would encourage you. I mean, don't feel scared. I think this is going to be a good thing. That
Agreed.
So please, yeah. I mean, you're like, oh, scared of jumping in. I mean, I think it will really help, and now's the time.
I agree.
So thank you very much for showing up for this, and we appreciate.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you creating this committee, and and encouraging us to apply too, because that was actually something nerve-wracking, having been told to be silent for so long.
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, people are here to listen. Well, thank you. And
all right, so we are moving on to our next candidate, and she is Iris Meinolf. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. And Stephanie Hellman is going to welcome Iris.
Put myself on mute again. Hi, Iris.
Hi.
So have you been with us for the last?
Yes, I've been watching. Yeah.
So you sort of know the process here. So I'm just going to dive right in. You have 10 minutes for 5 questions, and we'll help you stay on track.
Thanks.
And give you a little warning if you're running out of time. So the first question is, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
Yeah. Thanks. So for me, I think as a parent, I have a 3rd grader, and also as a librarian, I'm the children's librarian here in Fairfax. It's really important for me to model the behavior and the actions that I want to see in the world. And I think being involved and being an advocate for racial equity and justice is such a great start. I also just started a group at my kids' school. We live in the Valley, actually, in Lagunitas. So we just had our first racial justice meeting last night, which was really great. And I think, the people all around the world are really hungry for this kind of change right now. And so I think there's a lot of great momentum. I'm also really fortunate to work for the library and for the County of Marin, and they're very committed to racial equity and racial justice. And So I've got to do, I've been able to do a lot of work with the county and with the library in that arena. Yeah, so it's dear to my heart, of course. I want liberation for everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, John, you're next.
Okay. How did where you grew up influence your attitudes about race?
So I actually also grew up in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And my father was in the military, so I have kind of a unique situation, excuse me, in that the military is pretty diverse, actually. And so all through elementary school and even preschool, I think, I had Black teachers and lots of diversity in the classroom. For me, my mother was Czech, so we would go back to visit her family in Czechoslovakia a few times a year. And for me, it was always like they were so thrilled that an American was coming to town. And so we were kind of like celebrities when we pulled in. And I felt that part of my identity more than a racial identity. And probably like a lot of white people, I didn't think of it, like myself having a racial identity at all until, probably college when when I relearned some history and really kind of thought critically about what it means to be white. So I think, but I mean, I also grew up with this idea of color blindness, like a lot of us who grew up in the 80s and before that, surely, were just taught not to talk about race and not to think about it. And that was pretty much how it was, until I went to college and finally heard some of those ideas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Barbara?
Okay, well, welcome to Iris. What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? What is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
Well, I would like to see Fairfax being a place that is welcoming to everyone. I think just as a vision, I'd like to keep it really broad and just say that I would like everyone to feel welcome here. And certainly we strive for that at the library too. And I'd want to extend that to all people who live here or come and visit here. I think part of that too is uplifting and centering the voices of people of color. And I would like to kind of celebrate the diversity that we have. I know, it feels like it's very white here, and certainly where I live in the Valley too, but there is diversity. And I think that we should honor that and uplift it and center it more.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, and sorry, I didn't address the first step. I've been working with the library on a statewide initiative to cultivate racial equity in library work. And part of that has been, the first step in that was to do a historical analysis of Marin County. And I think that's a really good place to start. I think acknowledging the impact of past racist policies and practices really informs a lot of how the county is set up now and why it's very segregated. And I think just acknowledging that and letting people know the history, because a lot of it's pretty shocking, and I don't think that people know about it at all. So I think that's a good step, just kind of clearing the air and letting that be learned.
Thank you. Okay, and then I will pass it over to Renee, please.
Great, thanks. And hi, Iris. I am going to ask you the fourth question, which is, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee? And I realize you've already started us on that track, but if you'd like to continue.
Yeah, so like I said, the County of Marin as a government entity, and especially the library and our library director, they're very committed to racial equity and being really transparent about it. And so I feel really fortunate that has been part of the conversation, and that equity has been a lens that we use to look at the different policies and practices and even programming and collection development that we do in our work. Also, for the past year, I've been involved in a group cultivating racial equity and inclusion. So it's a statewide initiative that's led by Marin County and Santa Monica in Southern California. And we've been using that, working with also with GARE, which is the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and using like the library specifically to create some racial equity tools that we can use to look at different policies. And so we've been kind of digging specifically into how to use the racial equity lens in government agencies and how to, make sure that we're taking all of the different things into account, the root causes of the problems that we're having, starting there, and then kind of like making sure we're not perpetuating that. We've learned a bit about creating the racial equity tools, and then of course GARE has lots of those tools in place already. So that's been really good work to do. And then, like I mentioned too, I was part of starting a racial justice group at my local school that my son attends, which is a very white school. And so I wanted, mostly the thought for that was to get teachers talking about race in the classroom, which was kind of lacking for us. And so starting young, and I feel as a children's librarian too, that I get a little bit of experience doing that in story time and in programming. And so, starting there.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Iris. So I'll ask you the last question here, which is, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics and listen empathically to different points of view and move toward consensus and action?
Yeah, definitely. And I've had a lot of practice doing it. I was a teacher before I was a librarian, but so I'm used to working with groups of people in committees and parents and to people who have many opinions, coming together. And I think, it's kind of exciting to get people together and to have, robust conversation about things that you maybe are not totally on the same page with. And I'm very open to that. And I feel like I'm able to listen. I'd like to quick put into that. I think this committee would benefit the most from having more people of color. So definitely choose people of color over white people. And I think, we should use that as a guiding point, or I hope that you do as a committee. But I would love to be part of it, and I'm glad to be here. And thanks for letting me talk.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate your applying.
All right, thanks.
Great, thanks, Iris. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to Maureen McManus. And I'm going to turn it over to Bruce Ackerman.
Okay. And Maureen, we're seeing you starting to appear there in the technology. We don't have a picture. There we go, unmuted. Oh, we're getting close. There you go. Hello, Maureen.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, it takes a bit, but here we are. You've been watching, I suppose, so you see how this goes.
Yep.
Got 10 minutes. We'll be asking 5 questions, so you should probably try to break it up about 2 minutes a question.
I have notes, so I'll probably just be reading them. I've answered.
All right. Well, then let's get started. I'll ask you the first question. Why do you want to be on the RESJ?
Okay. First off, my goal in life has always been to be kind and an honest person. During these difficult times, I feel Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee is needed more than ever. I'm very proud of my community in the town of Fairfax. for developing this community. For over 30 years plus, I've been involved, employed, and volunteered in all aspects of human rights. I believe my life experience would be an asset to this committee, and that's my answer.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So,
And Maureen, can you share with us, please, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
With the camera. Yes, I'd be glad to. I grew up in the Bay Area in San Francisco, which is very diverse now, but back in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, not so much. Got definitely as the decades went by, much more diverse. As to be upfront, my early childhood neighborhood was predominantly white. But when I got to high school, which was in the 70s, it was much more diverse. I've always been able to take care of or stand up for myself, but did experience being bullied. I went to Catholic school, so, you know, need I say more? I lived in a neighborhood that all the kids went to public school, and I was the only one that went to Catholic school, and, you know, it was fine. But so I witnessed a lot of racial and inequity, which I never participated in and quite frankly never understood. All of my employee, and I lost my own finger. Okay, all of my employment has been union jobs, pretty much. I've either been in the union or worked for the union. I'm an advocate for equal pay, for equal work. Which even to this day is very difficult and a struggle for most women and people of color. Excuse me. My background led me to a career in representing all people, no matter of race, age, gender, sexual orientation, religion, disability, all of the Title VII. That's pretty much my grown up. I've been 35 years working for unions and representing all, and I'll get more into that from my experience.
Okay, John.
Thank you. Number 3.
Number 3 is what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what's the first step that you would take to make that vision happen?
For the anti-racist Fairfax is welcoming all, including visitors, to Fairfax community, to guarantee all to be treated with respect, fairness, and kindness, to guarantee that there's no discrimination, no racial profiling, basically to guarantee all human rights and be respected for all, the entire community, including visitors, family of residents, everybody.
Okay, and your first step?
My first step, I think, would be to get to know my fellow committee members. Hopefully we'll have meetings where we can discuss and decide what our mission and vision is. Only because I really believe that we all should be collectively on the same page. It's important we make decisions as a community. Then what I'd like to see, this is just my personal views on what we should put into action. I'd like to work with business owners, their policies on discrimination, all of it. Diversity, work with the schools regarding bullying. The only reason I bring that up, and I'll more of my experience, I was on the Human Rights Commission, and Whitehill had a big issue a few years back on bullying. So I think we need to involve the schools and the kids in the schools. Landlords, if possible, regarding racial profiling, discrimination. I'd like to meet with the police, see what they've put into action and what their policies are. Work with any and all agencies collectively. I said landlords, right? To basically work with the community, get all involved, request feedback. We can utilize Nextdoor, which I look at every few days, but it's one way to reach out to the community. It looks like it's going pretty well. Get feedback, get suggestions, try to get as many people involved in all of this as we can. You know, I personally have not been involved in a lot of things at Fairfax, and I hope to do that now because I'm retired. I have the time. And that's pretty much it so far. I think that's a lot to start off with.
Yeah, but it's a good
Thanks.
Okay,
Barbara.
welcome, Maureen. So I'm going to read you question 4. What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
So for 35 years, I've been either an employee, shop steward, which led to my going to work for unions. I just retired from the Longshoremen. I was on the executive board there. I represented hospital workers, Bear Manufacturing, which was all men, by the way, and with all respect. Then after that, I worked for the Marin Association of Public Employees. I was a union rep and an organizer for them. I did member service, grievance handling, arbitrations, and organizing. Next was OPEIU, Local 29, which was in the East Bay, and so was the Longshoremen, was in Oakland. There, I actually was responsible for serving many counties, Alameda, San Joaquin, the list goes on. I represented hospital workers at 5 different hospitals, which nurses, and it goes on. I also represented the city of Rio Vista, the city of Concord. I did grievance handling, arbitration, and contract negotiations. Prior to that, I was with UFCW Local 101 here in Marin, Sonoma Lake, Mendocino, and Humboldt. I was a vice president, and I was on the executive board. I was the grievance coordinator for Marin, Sonoma Lake, Mendocino, and Humboldt, contract negotiator for grocery, meat, and like Rite Aids. And I was a trustee with the North Bay Retail Trust Fund. My organizations that I have belonged to is, I was the Marin County Workforce Investment Board member when it was first established. I was on the North Bay Labor Council. I was a Marin County Human Rights Commissioner, and I was the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission for 2 years. I worked with the Marin Interfaith Worker Justice. I was the secretary treasurer of that, the Marin Democratic Central Party. And I had 2 more, but I can't find them at the moment.
Okay, well, that's
so I think that's probably enough.
Pretty good idea.
My earlier career, I worked for Safeway.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Renee for question 5. Thank you, Maureen.
One last thing though, I also worked for the YMCA during that time for 15 years, and I did the mentoring program, human resource. I'm still on their board, and that's it. That's all my experience.
Excellent.
That is impressive, Maureen. Thank you for sharing all that. So the
That's
last
why I'm retired.
right. The next question is, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Absolutely. As a senior, which I don't consider myself yet, but I think I am. I'm a single woman with 5 children, 3 still are at home. It's a blended family it's my brother and his 5 children. They've been here for years. I'm an advocate for the LGBTQ community. I have many years of experience in all aspects of human rights. I believe I can contribute to this committee. As a retiree, I'm ready to give back to my community. It would be a privilege and an honor to become a member of the RESJ committee. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, and respectfully, Maureen.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe in being organized, obviously.
Okay, yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for your time, too. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good night. Well.
Good night. Thank you. Rest well.
Thank you. Good night, Maureen.
Okay, so we're moving on to, we're supposed to
break.
Just a minute. We're supposed to have a break at 8. It's 8:05. Council, would you like to take a couple minutes, or could we move on if Amal is here?
Could we take a quick 5 minutes, please?
Yeah, that will keep us on track. If that's okay with everyone, we'll go with that. So we'll see Amal at 8:10. Thank you. Alrighty. So John, waiting for you to pop. There you are. Okay, excellent. So welcome back, everyone. And we're going to move right along to our next applicant, who is Amal Jamal. And I see you, your name.
Yeah.
And there you are. Hi, Amal.
Hi, how are you?
Doing okay. Thanks for joining us. So I get to take lead on your interview. So I just wanted to check that have you been on? Have you listened to how things are working process?
We were doing a big thing with vote writers, writing letters, a big virtual letter writing to get people to vote. So I'm just getting on after doing that with my kids. So,
okay.
sorry, I haven't, but I printed all the questions and I've taken notes because I'm a horrible public speaker. So I've taken notes of how I'm going to answer and everything. So I am prepared.
Okay, cool. Thank you for doing what you're doing with your kids out there. So how this is going to work is you have 10 minutes. You can see the clock, I think. Can you see the clock?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's 5 questions, as you know. So we're going to, this is just for you to time yourself. So you keep it to about 2 minutes per question. And really, that's all it is. And we're going to rotate around. So I'm going to ask you the first question, and then we'll send it down the line through the different council members.
Great.
Okay, great. And welcome. Relax. All righty. The first question is, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
Okay. So racism is something that I've witnessed my entire life as an intrinsic experience of so many people in my life that I love. As a youth, my closest friends were constant victims of racism, sometimes covert and sometimes overt. As an adult, being Muslim and having a tall, very dark Palestinian husband, I've witnessed and experienced much, and sadly, quite a bit in this town. My son easily passes, but my daughter has already been impacted by a lesser understood form of racism, which is simply a lack of representation of BIPOC. And this really affected her confidence, especially last year. And we did things to remedy that. But it just shows how even just representation can affect people's lives and levels of confidence. I've also had experiences that I feel like add to my ability to work with this. I had a Free Palestine sticker on my car, and I woke up in the morning to see all my windows bashed. I used to cover my hair out of love for my faith, and 2 things happened. I went hiking with my then young children in Roy's Redwoods and was verbally threatened and assaulted for a good 25 minutes that I had to wait through by a huge group of skinheads. And then had to literally run out of there with my son in a backpack on my back. Then I got home and basically had to speak to my husband. We decided, and all my extended family, like it wasn't safe time or place to be showing any signs of our faith. And so I removed it, and I feel like this experience gave me a glimpse of to what it feels like to be targeted. And it gave me a huge understanding of white privilege, that I could go back and retreat into the safety of my white privilege. And I can't imagine the trauma of living a daily life targeted like that and knowing that you can be a target. The other thing that came out of that is realizing how people perceived and stereotyped our family, because I'd go all through the town now not covering my hair, and nobody asked if I was okay or if something happened. Everybody asked if I divorced my husband. So there was this huge stereotype and perception of why I was wearing my hair covering, even though I've lived here since I was 16 and people know my kind of strong personality. But
Amal, I don't want to interrupt, but you're at 7, so you've got 3 minutes for the first one. So I'm going to pass it on to the next questioner, who is Bruce.
That would be myself, and thank you, Amal. The next question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race? So you can just continue.
Okay, I think growing up in Marin County, I want to go on my most important touch points, but I think growing up in Marin County has definitely given me an understanding of how racism plays out in Marin County. it's a different kind of racism. It is a very liberal and very well packaged form of racism, and it is still just as dangerous because it still impacts people's ability to build generational wealth. It still psychologically traumatizes people. It still creates messages of inferiority. Also, I've also spent a lot of my life, over half my life, spending chunks of time in Palestine. And this is a glimpse into understanding what it would be like to live in South African apartheid or Jim Crow America. And it really has given me a constant feeling of the trauma of being perceived from a distance as guilty until proven innocent. And basically, until proven innocent means until they get close enough to see that I'm a white American at checkpoints and all of these things that we go through. So that understanding of being perceived as guilty until proven innocent is a powerful experience. So those are the two places that I live, and it gives me that.
Oh, okay.
And I do want to say really quick that being in these two different places, it makes me very clear that there is, like, my husband experiences racism here. However, he is not criminalized on a daily basis like Black Americans are. We don't have the same fears for our children as Black Americans do. We have not been prevented from buying homes and building a foundation financially for ourselves. So I think understanding and having people that understand the nuances of how racism affects different people is really important. It's not just one topic, you know?
Okay, I'm only going to send you on to Stephanie, but remember your time.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay.
Stephanie, you're muted. Stephanie, you are.
I apologize for that. We should 15 seconds for you. What is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
I have a couple immediate things that I think need to go into place. Like, for me, there needs to be an allyship in action, and it needs to go be focused on the covert racism that is really dominant here. Number one, you can't have an anti-racist town without any Black leading members in the town, no teachers for kids to look up to, no business owners or anything. I also think that we somehow need to create allyship in the form of witnesses, where if people feel that they're going to apply to rent an apartment or rent a house or a business or apply to be a teacher in a school, if they feel like they might be judged unfairly, they can have a number to call to team up with a witness that sees them through their process. And I also think we need to create some kind of number that people call when they feel they've experienced injustice at all. So if they feel like they've gone into a shop and have been followed, if they feel like the police treated them differently, even if it isn't brutality, but just degrading or humiliating or a difference of treatment, they can call. So some sort of phone number or access to somebody that will hear and be an ally.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So moving right along to, sorry, I lost my spot. John.
I think it's me, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this is question number 4. What is your relevant experience or skills related to social equity? I mean, you covered some of this. Diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this community, the committee?
I'm going to be totally honest that it's only my experience as my life experience. I have not worked in any groups or had the blessing of being a part of something like this before. I would really love to, but this is not something that I've been passionate about this my entire life. This is not something that I'm newly awakening to in 2020. I've taught alternative American history classes for our homeschool community that really pulled apart the untold stories of American history. I've had powerful experiences in Palestine that really made me understand white privilege in a way that is not cute or a storytelling or a catchy phrase. That's life or death type white privilege. I've seen family and friends experience this. And I think I have a commitment to working on this in a very real and serious way, and making sure that things don't waver into lighthearted. We have such a sweet town that I think one of the dangers is it gets a little too lighthearted and we forget how deeply dangerous this is for certain people, even if we don't see it on a daily basis. So that, I think answers that.
Thank you. Welcome, Amal. So I'm going to ask you the last question. Do you feel that you will be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss, excuse me, sorry, sensitive topics, listen empathetically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
I do think I would. I've been having these discussions for so long. I think the only thing that I might be a little concerned about is that, like, if people are really prepared for the nuances of this discussion, and that this is like really complex, and it can't all be wrapped in one package and one discussion. Different people are impacted differently. For instance, my husband is tall and brown, and he's a contractor, and racism towards brown people allows him to walk into people's houses and in their yards and all these things and feel okay, because racism towards brown people allocates brown people towards labor. However, I have noticed anytime an African American man comes for the PG&E meet or anything like that, they do not walk into my yard. They call out from the distance, from the street, hello, 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 and warn me, because racism towards African Americans is criminalization. So I feel like I think the hardest thing for me is that we need, like, the group would need to be prepared to understand these nuances.
Well,
and
thank you. Thank you very much.
That would be really important to me.
Well, we certainly appreciate your time, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amal.
Thank you.
Take good care.
Thanks.
See you soon.
Do I just...
All right. Wow. Okay. The next applicant is Sophia Mottershead. Please tell me if I'm mispronouncing. And Barbara Kohler is going to welcome you in.
Hi, Sophia. I think you need to unmute yourself, and if you feel comfortable doing so, turn on your video.
And always correct me if I've mispronounced your name.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Okay. We're getting close to seeing you. Okay, welcome.
Hey, Sophia.
All right.
Is the lighting all right?
Okay. So I'll just explain briefly. You probably have heard that we have 5 questions with 10 minutes. So you'll need to have about 2 minutes per question. And if we feel that you're not giving enough, you're talking too long on one question, we may ask you to wrap it up. So we make sure that you get to all 5 questions. So are you ready to go? Are you ready?
Yeah, anytime.
Okay. I think you might
I am. Yes.
enough.
There's a delay.
Sophie, you might want to turn off your video, just because the connection doesn't seem to be
Turn the
very
video
good,
off.
not surprisingly.
Okay, I'll do that. It was nice to see you all.
Nice to see you. Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think that'll be better, although we love seeing you. Okay, I'm going to ask you the first question. Why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
Really, because I love the town of Fairfax, and I want to be on the committee as an act of reciprocity for the town that I've grown up in. I don't have a specific agenda, but as a person of color who has grown up in this town, I think I could be a valuable voice. And so if I can be a valuable voice, I want to be.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I'll be turning it over to Renee, please.
Okay. Hi, Sophia. Hi. The second question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
Yeah, so I was born in Lagunitas at home, and I've lived in and around Fairfax my whole life. My grandparents live in Richmond, so I've spent a fair amount of time there too, in the greater Bay Area, which, yeah, the Bay Area is incredible. It's given me a huge appreciation for diversity of peoples and cultures. But within Fairfax, definitely we have a homogenous community, and attending Manor School, most of my peers, most of my friends, and all of my teachers were Caucasian, which is frustrating. But I grew up believing that racism wasn't really a problem in Marin. And what I'm realizing more and more is that maybe, we're socially liberal enough that we accept the color of a person's skin if they're assimilated and acculturated to our way of life. And what we really need is like a deeper inclusion of people's cultures and their histories and different ways of being. And this also ties into like socioeconomics. So maybe you're not discriminating against a person because you think they're Latino, but because you think they're trashy, and you don't realize that your perception of their skin color is making you think that they're trashy. Yeah, so I think really socioeconomic issues are racial issues in Fairfax, and that's what I'm most curious to address.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sophia.
Yeah.
Turning it over to Bruce.
Yes. So Sophia, thank you. And how did where you kind of answered this, but you've got time to expand if you'd like. How did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
No.
You're there?
Sorry, was that
Good.
not the last question? I am there. Yeah.
Just the second question was kind of something you've been covering, but how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
Bruce,
Bruce, you're on the wrong question.
Oh, I did?
You're doing question 3.
Oh, that's why she did already answer that one. Okay, sorry. What is
She's
your
ahead of us.
what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
Yeah, so my anti-racist vision of Fairfax, it does include people doing work on themselves to become less racist themselves and less ignorant themselves, but it really also has to do with changing the actual composition of the populace to be more diverse and tackling gentrification in our town, which is also a way to preserve kind of the unique culture that we have in our town now. So I think first steps that I would be interested in talking about are related to renters' rights and affordable housing, affordable food. Yeah, specifically that. More businesses owned by people of color be an incredible change for this town. And I know from my experience as a biology student as well that ecosystems that have a greater biodiversity have more resiliency. So I think that's important to include.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got the question wrong, and we should add a little time too.
Yeah, there was just about 15 seconds there. So let's move on to Stephanie, please.
What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Similar to Amal, I think it really has to do with just what I've experienced in my life. Growing up in a biracial family, it kind of serves as a model for the greater world. And those conversations have come up so many times, and the traumas have come up so many times. I have an emotional understanding of these issues, and I think that's important. That's my experience. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then John?
Okay. Well, the fifth question is, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move towards consensus and action?
I do, and that's why I'm excited about being part of the committee, is for that conversation. Yeah.
Excellent. Sophia, you have some more time. If you would like to share anything else, you're welcome to cede your time, however you would like.
I can cede my time. I'm curious if you guys have any other questions. And I'll try and make the video work again.
You know,
That's what I was going to suggest.
what we've decided, in order to be absolutely fair, straight across the board, is that we're not going to ask our own questions, so that everybody, I'm sure we all have a lot of questions, I'll be honest. But
you are welcome to say anything else that you
yeah,
would like to, or expand on anything,
Totally.
because it is your time.
I guess I'm just excited about this. I think it could be a really, really cool thing for the town, and I'm curious what direction it'll go in. Yeah.
excellent.
Thank you, Sophia, very much.
I'd be
We
happy to be
appreciate
part
your
of it.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Yeah.
Take care.
All right.
You
bye-bye.
take care too. Bye, everyone.
Okay, we're moving on to the next candidate, is Julia Hernandez, and I think John is taking this one.
Okay. And we're waiting for Julia.
Julia.
Well, and Julia, you're muted now. So if you unmute, and if you feel comfortable, turn on your video too. And I see that you're still muted. In the lower left hand of your screen, if it's on a computer, there's a button that you can unmute your microphone. And next to that, there's a video. And so if you can unmute, then that's...
There we go.
Yes, hello.
There.
Yes, we
Can
can
you hear
hear
me?
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. My computer froze for a second.
Okay, these things happen. So welcome.
Oh my gosh, I'm red. Yes. Hi. Hi, everyone.
Welcome. Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Yes, and have you been watching other parts of this? Do you know the drill, or?
I do.
Okay,
I
great.
do.
So, yeah, there's 10 minutes, 5 questions, and the first question is why you would like to be on this Racial Equity Social Justice Committee.
Well, the first part of that is because Bruce asked me to apply.
Okay.
The second part is that this has been quite a year, and I recently had 2 grandchildren, and the world seems to be going in the opposite direction of what I want from them. And so I'm, be frank, I'm stepping out of my comfort zone. I'm a very shy person. I don't like to be in the middle of big things, but I have a responsibility and I need to step up. And I don't know how many Mexican Americans you've interviewed, but I'm standing up. So
Okay.
that's part of that.
Well, good. Well, thank you very much for doing that.
I think I'm next.
Yes, you are, Barbara.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Julia.
Thank you. Could you please call me Griselda? That's my middle name.
Oh, Griselda?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, welcome, Griselda.
Thank you.
How did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
I grew up in El Paso, Texas, made infamous last year with what happened. The shooting actually happened in the neighborhood where I grew up. My family was directly affected by it. El Paso is a very close-knit community, and when I grew up, it was about 90% Mexican American. So I grew up knowing that I was Mexican. Spanish is my first language, but I did not grow up feeling as the other. I didn't feel that I was less than anyone else because the doctors were brown, the dentist was brown, the teachers were brown. So it wasn't until I moved out of El Paso, Texas, where I started feeling that people looked at me differently. I didn't quite get it because I was an adult. And I moved to Europe the first time I moved out of Texas. So I came late to understanding racism that way, even though you can't live in the United States without experiencing it. But because I grew up in El Paso, even the movie stars were brown. So, so I'm really thankful for that because I don't feel that, I feel that I was given a gift by living in a community where I wasn't excluded from anything.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Renee?
we're moving on to Renee. Thank you, John.
Yeah, so hi, Griselda.
Hi.
Right, Griselda, yes.
Yes, thank you.
So the third question is, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
Well, I think many people have said it before. We want Fairfax to be welcoming to everyone. I would take it a little bit further because I don't feel that it's the job of brown people to educate white people. My vision for Fairfax is for groups for understanding white privilege be formed with the support of brown people. But I don't. What I see is more emphasis on education for white people and more representation for brown people. Representation can be a multitude of things. It can be signage in the languages of the community, of the most common languages. It can be children's programs. It can be even small things to make it an inclusive community. The Fairfax Parade, to have representation, these little brown children who don't see anyone else who looks like them. I would like that. And I don't think anything is too small. Any movement forward is too small. So we can think big things and we can think small things. And I would really like to have a way of calling people into the discussion. I know we have people of indigenous descent in the community who don't even speak Spanish as a first language, but somehow find a way to include them here. People from Guatemala or from El Salvador. So, many ideas.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And the next question
is Bruce, I believe.
Bruce.
Okay. Good evening, Grace.
Hi.
So, what is your relevant experience or skills related to social equity, to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil and human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Yeah, like some of the applicants you've had today have been very active in organizations. I have not. I have been active in my work and in my life. I chose to leave midwifery for many reasons, but one of them was because I was working mostly for very privileged women who are women just the same and who deserve wonderful, beautiful births, but I was not serving my community. And I went to work for the WIC program, which some of you may be familiar with. It's Women, Infant, and Children for low-income women. And I feel that that's where I do my work, because I'll give you an example. I work now as a lactation consultant in my private, or not in my private practice, but when I work with a hospital, a consult with me is $300 an hour. Of course, I don't get paid that, that's, the hospital gets paid that. But at the WIC program, a consult with me is absolutely free. And so for me, making that move was part of social justice in healthcare. So I haven't worked in an organization that's anti-racist, but I did move my life in that direction. And even now, because I work in two different places, at one I make double what I make in the other place. and I would hate to give it up because it's what feeds my soul. And oh gosh, I'm running out of time. Maybe the next question, I guess.
You've got one more question in more than 2 minutes. You're good.
Okay. So when I work at WIC, I work almost exclusively with immigrants from El Salvador and Guatemala. And I had to check my own racism because in dominant Mexican society, people like me, mestizo people, look down on indigenous people. And I had to check that. I still have to check that because racism is so deep in us. So I'm not interested in saying like stories of victimhood, like what happened to me, what continues to happen to me. I'm interested in understanding why sometimes I feel that way also. And I want to help other people understand that for themselves. So that's how I feel, that what I bring to this situation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Stephanie?
Thank you, Griselda.
So
Do you
Stephanie?
feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Absolutely. You don't get to be a successful person of color in this world without having those attributes. So yes. And I'm also interested in bringing the spiritual aspect into that situation because it's very easy to vilify. And I'm too old for that. Like, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to listen to a white person who feels grieved by something. I really want to listen to them and I want to hear and I want to connect in that point. And I feel like that's the most juicy part for me right now, is to erase the differences and make the connections. So yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So we have no other questions. If you've got 30 seconds to say whatever you would like. And thank you.
Well, I just want to say that I was really impressed by Amal. And if she, she should join your committee. You should choose her. She's cool. I'd like to meet her. If you're listening, ask Bruce for my number.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I appreciate what you guys are doing and I wish you the best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What an amazing town.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move ahead to Elias Karkabi. And I remember we were debating between Elias and Elias, but I think it's Elias. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie to guide you through this.
Well, first, I'd like to know how you would like to pronounce your name.
Elias or Elias.
Elias. Okay. Thank you. So I think you've been on the line and you don't need me to explain how this goes. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been in and out, but I've heard the process before, so I'm set when you guys are ready to start asking questions.
Okay, so you have 10 minutes, roughly 2 minutes per question, and we'll kind of help you stay on track. So I'm going to dive right in. Elias, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you very much for you guys holding this meeting and doing the whole application process. Having the Res J committee here in Fairfax was never something I imagined happening until just recently with everything we've been seeing coming out of, I think that the Gen Z has really been kicking butt and changing our thoughts on society. So what they've been able to accomplish, especially here in Fairfax in the last year, has been really great. And I think that's given, it's created the impetus for what we're seeing now with the Res J committee. So for my end, why I want to be on the committee, I grew up here in Fairfax. I'm mixed race. My father is a brown man. And when I was younger, I wouldn't have really told you that racism affected my life. And it took a while for me to grow up and kind of reflect back on how I grew up, to see the ways in which racism, coming from people in Fairfax and from society in Fairfax, really shaped my experience. So because I'm mostly, for the most part, white passing, I don't experience the same kind of racism that a Black person or a darker skinned person would experience. Whenever I hang out with a friend or a family member who is dark skinned, my white privilege kind of disappears. So just like when I was younger and I'd go to the lakes up here in Fairfax with my family, and I'd be like, with my dad or something, it was always kind of an unnerving experience because everybody in Fairfax is white and you're up there alone and there's not many people and you run into racist people all the time. And so you would get occasionally like racist slurs or people being hostile, kind of like codified racism. And those were always like frightening, but I don't think they get, talking about those problems don't really get to the heart of what racism is for people of color in Fairfax and in all of the United States. And what I think the heart of racism is the implicit racism that we experience. And so for me, that was the like referential association of any kind of color with poverty or badness. So for a young person who is mixed race, you have this association of anything related to being not white as being bad. And so then you try to compensate for that by upregulating your whiteness. So for me, that meant like when I was like 10 years old, I would sit in the car and listen to NPR for like hours so that I could speak like a white person and hide, any kind of accent that I might have gotten from my parents. And I know you're going to tell me that you want to go on to the next question.
I don't want you to not get a chance to respond to other questions.
So, John, the second question does touch on where he's going. So just read the question, and Elias, you're going to probably be able to just expand where you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to interrupt just because you're answering the question. It's growing up in Fairfax. How does that affect it?
Right. So growing up in Fairfax, it's basically all white here, and it showed me that our discourse on white supremacy is too constrained. We don't give enough time to thinking about the value gap between white-skinned people and people of color. So when people talk about white supremacy, it stirs up images of pointed hats and burning crosses, but that's mostly gone. And what we're left with is a under the surface, hidden subconscious white supremacy that blinds people to how our society functions in extremely racist ways. So it's why, somebody opens a newspaper and they see that 3,000 people have died in India, and that's you can kind of brush that away. But you open the newspaper and you see that one white girl, 5-year-old, has been hit by a bus in San Francisco, and you have a flood of tears. Those are subconscious racisms that we all internalize. Yes.
Okay, well, let me move on to thank you. Welcome. I'll ask you the third question, and that is, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? What is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
So my anti-racist vision for Fairfax is pretty simple. I think that we need to have Fairfax's racial demographics match up with the racial demographics of the Bay Area in general and the United States. It's a difficult problem to fix because it's very expensive to live here. One way I see us kind of creating an affirmative action situation is through some form of reparations to people of color who have been disproportionately affected by our racist laws, things like redlining. I think that mandating that businesses in Fairfax have a fair pay minimum wage, and ensuring that all workers, regardless of their citizenship, have a full understanding of their civil rights and worker rights. So I would like to see us, for my first action on the Res J committee, if I am picked, would be to partner with the ACLU to have them come out and speak to all small businesses in Fairfax, to the employers about what their worker rights are. And that would be something that would be provided in English and Spanish. And that would be.
Well, thank you. Just to make sure you have enough time, we're over 7 minutes. So I want to move on to question 4, and that will be Renee, please.
Okay. What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Yeah, so I think that like anyone who realizes how racist our society is, how endemic the racism is in our society, is getting experience on dealing with racism every day. And then beyond that, in my professional life, I've been involved with a few organizations working on social justice. So when I worked as a climate scientist at USC, I worked with the Society for the Advancement of Chicanos and Hispanics and Native Americans in Science to open up pathways for BIPOC students in physical sciences. And then more recently, I've worked with the Carpenters Union and also the Coalition for Black Trades Unionists, which is an organization that was formed to address discrimination against people of color in historically all-white trade unions. And in that union, I operate as a environmental racism consultant. Yeah, so I think, in my opinion, the problems that we face in Fairfax mainly have to do with our demographic issue. And I see forcing change in our demographics as a problem that can be fixed by providing good paying employment. And I see good paying employment coming out of collective bargaining. So I would like to, if appointed to the committee, I would like to help people understand that. So I'll answer the last question that you guys have.
Yeah, you know what it is, or should I read it?
Yeah, so I'm a big, I like nonviolent communication by Marshall Rosenberg. I think that's a great way to talk to people, and I feel like listening and being open to other people's opinions and ideas is absolutely fundamental to a working committee.
Okay, that was a great answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
You landed that right on the 0-0. All righty. Thanks, Elliot.
Thank you.
All right. See you later.
Thank you.
And we have our next candidate, who is Ziana Griffin. And Ziana will be guided by Bruce Ackerman.
Okay.
Hi. So you can't see me, I don't think. Let me see.
There we go.
Hi.
All right.
Loved your Marin voice. Nice job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been watching this. You see that we've got 10 minutes, 5 questions, approximately 2 minutes each. So to get started, the first question is, why do you want to be on the ResJ committee?
Yeah. First off, I want to say that this evening has really been a heartwarming experience for me, and I'm sure all of you guys as well. I feel like it's shown a side of this community that I have believed was here, but not always seen. And that has a lot to do with why I want to be on this committee. I've lived in Fairfax for a lot of my life growing up. And I think that we are a place where, you know, people perceive to be progressive, liberal, inclusive, and in many ways are, and in some ways aren't. And it's so clear by all of you that that is the direction that we want to go, and we want to hold those values to be true. And I really respect that all of you and as a town have been open to criticism and wanting fully to change that and to move forward and listen to your community. So I feel like as a young person that I have a lot to bring, growing up here, forming my identity here. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I have the next question.
So, yes.
So Ziana, you just shared you grew up in Fairfax. How did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
Yeah. Well, actually, I've lived in Fairfax for about 8 years, I believe. I moved here from Houston, Texas. And it's very interesting to me because in Houston, it's a large state, so it's not reflective of everywhere in Texas, but in the specific pocket I was in, it was actually incredibly diverse. I went to a pretty killer elementary school, and there was students from all different cultural, religious, ethnic, and racial backgrounds. And I never, because of that, thought about race. I was young, but it was just not something I was conscious about, and I felt free to express myself. I never felt different about who I was or my cultural background. Growing up Muslim, I never felt different because of that until I moved here. Not specifically Fairfax. I lived in Larkspur for a bit, and then I moved to Fairfax. But it was an interesting dynamic to come somewhere that is politically much more liberal than where I was before, but to feel for the first time in my life different. And it was a big change, and it definitely impacted a lot of my self-confidence and who I was and who I felt like I had to be growing up, feeling the need to assimilate and be accepted and damper myself down, which has changed a lot in recent years. But yeah, that is how my life has been affected.
Thank you.
So the next question would be
me, I believe.
John.
So what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what's the first step that you would take to make that vision happen?
So I recently, continuing with my journey of growing up in Fairfax, I feel like in the past year or two has really been like a transformative moment. And it was all because of education. There's a lot of work to be done within, our education systems here, and I'm very hands-on with that. But I was lucky enough for the first time ever since moving here to have a teacher, a brown woman as my teacher, which I'd never had before. And she completely empowered me to finally look inwards and accept myself, and equipped me with the knowledge to be able to teach other people and stand up for myself and want to make positive change, and realize that there are other people from different backgrounds, maybe similar to, that live in this community that also could relate to me, and that needed, to be, or had the ability to be empowered in the same way that I was. So I think education is a huge thing, and it's not just for young people. I mean, we're always learning, and I'm seeing that happen from people of all ages in my life, in our community. So I think that in the committee, an opportunity for us, if however that looks, me not included or whatever, just to be educated themselves, and to be able to extend that and create different avenues, pockets, listening sessions, and trainings for the community to, be equipped with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I might be up.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. So what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
About a year ago, my senior year of high school, I joined SOAR, Students Organized for Anti-Racism. It's a class, so I spent about 4 hours a week in that room with a small group of kids, mostly kids of color. And we started off the year being trained by some amazing facilitators, the company Pacific Educational Group, and Courageous Conversations, which I see Stephanie shaking her head. I think the parent equity team also had a small version of that, but it was a couple of days of training and being equipped with a lot of different tools, a lot of self-reflection, a lot of expanding our racial consciousness, and also de-escalating and addressing situations, microaggressions, things you see people say around you, like how to bridge that conversation and teach someone what might have gone wrong and how they can fix that. And so I led some conversations around at Drake, or formerly known as Drake. I went into lower classroom classrooms and led some discussions and trainings to teach younger folks to be able to, instead of calling out, we say call in people if they experience or see microaggressions, and address them in a productive way, where they can learn what they might have done wrong and how to fix that in the future. Yeah, and I also had an internship that was cut off shortly, unfortunately because of COVID, but at the Restorative Justice Adult Program, Marin County Court, and it's led by an amazing brown woman, Cindy Ayala, and she taught me so much, and I just really saw like how race performed in the criminal justice system, in our county especially, seeing it firsthand and learning restorative justice as a way to mediate that was really cool, and I hope can be brought into our schools as well.
Thank you. Let's move on to the last question, just so you make sure we have enough time. And thank you very much. And we'll move on to Renee, please.
Okay. So do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Yes, I do. I really liked what the lady who spoke not just before Elias.
Zelda.
Yeah. She said something about to be a successful person of color, you have to be able to do that, which resonated, although I'm young and I'm sure I have a lot more of experiences in that realm. But yeah, there's definitely been a lot of times working with the school board, working with educators, working in the probation office and within our justice system here, that I've definitely confronted people with different viewpoints. And that's not a bad thing. It's a learning opportunity and a way to change your mindset, change other people's mindset, come to a common understanding. So I'm excited to be able to do that through this process.
Wow, bravo. Everyone keeps landing on the 0. This is good.
Yeah, I was watching it as I was.
Substance of everything. It's yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
So we are supposed to have a break at 9 and come back with Jess Lerner at 9:10. Can we skip the break, guys?
Okay, I'm sorry to be such a pest. Can I take a 5-minute?
Okay, 5 minutes. So at 9:13, we'll be back. And Jess, thank you for your patience. Okay. Okay, terrific. So moving right along, our next applicant is Jess Lerner. Oh, and I have the pleasure of welcoming you. I'll just wait for you to pop up here. Okay.
Hi.
Hey, Jess.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Glad to see you.
You too. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you bet. So have you been following along?
Yeah, I was there in the beginning, so I saw the whole thing, and I've been listening where I can. Yes, so I know the drill.
All right, excellent. So we're going to just dive right in. And the first question is, why do you want to be a member of the Res J committee?
So first, I just want to thank you guys again for creating this committee. And as so many have said, it's so needed. And what I've seen tonight so far, parts of here and there are so many incredible applicants that would make it such an exceptional committee. I'm so grateful for these folks. Like a lot of them I've never seen and don't know. And I'm just grateful they're part of our community. And I may be totally superfluous and unnecessary here. So that would be great. And I just want to acknowledge that. And so as a white person, I want to acknowledge my own privilege in this conversation and hope to see many people of color on this committee. So racial justice and issues around racism have actually always been a lifelong passion and soul commitment for me. Right now, as we're talking about, we're in an incredible moment. Creating change now is really essential. And as others have said, really long overdue. And I would be honored to serve in that way and help bring about real change. I'm deeply committed to racial justice. So when I see any injustice to people of color, I don't feel removed from that. I feel I have to act, that it's my responsibility to step up. And that's why I wanted to jump in and apply. I'm not comfortable with the status quo as it is, and I need to do everything I can to change that. And I do think there's extraordinary potential for this town to transform where we are currently right now and have been, and to open up the dialogue and learning, shifts in consciousness, true growth, healing on a deeper level. And I've seen that starting to happen in the committee formation here tonight and in the listening session. And I just want to offer to serve in any way I can that's useful to help or be a part of that change.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass the baton to Bruce, who will ask you the next question.
Okay, good evening, Jess. Thank you. So how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
So I grew up in a mostly white, fairly affluent place. And while I did have many friends who were Black or people of color, I felt something was missing. I craved more diversity, and I sensed these huge cultural voids and like a sadness about the absence of that kind of belonging and true community that's possible. And I kind of was always looking for that and pursuing it. I did grow up part of a Jewish community that really strongly emphasized social justice. So we did talk a lot about race. We talked a lot about discrimination and their role in making change in the world. And I felt it was imperative to contribute to change in some way. Where I grew up is land that I believe is a Lenape land. That's part of the part of the country once known as the Eastern Woodlands and what we now call New York. And when I tried to investigate that in the past, I found most of the history of that people had been erased or omitted from records. So I want to just acknowledge the benefits I got from arriving in a place where I may have had freedom and opportunities, but I was also unaware of the pain or trauma occurring on that land from time before.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
Jess, what is your anti-racist vision of Fairfax? And what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
So I have a lot of different pieces of that vision, and I want to share the first step, which I completely agree with so many said. It's an integration of education, learning, and listening. So the way I believe that would take place, or the best way I can imagine that, would be starting with lots of reading, discussions, and facilitation. So in other words, I've shared that I feel it's essential for the council and all those working with the committee, any town employee or any official, to be doing essential reading that creates more awareness and knowledge and builds listening skills, anti-racist practices, and compassion towards people of color. I believe there need to be facilitated discussions that are designed just for that process and opportunities for growth there. And that all those resources should also, of course, be made available to the community at large and strongly promoted, discussed, encouraged by the council on all levels and all by other elected officials and staff. So learning about and also integrating things like intersectionality is a key piece of that process. So that, I believe, that kind of education is a first step, and that willingness to learn. It's also an emotional process. So I believe there's an element of humility and integrity that has to come with that, and growth, and it's going to be deep, it's deep soul work. So I believe that's the first step. And also, there's so much more to that. I want to make sure I stay on time. Affordable housing, efforts to invite more people of color. This is all stuff that requires not only the ability to listen and be respectful, but to truly offer deep compassion. And I'm really hopeful that vision of Fairfax can become truly inclusive, and people can start opening up their hearts and acknowledgement for the pain of everyone else who's suffered that they may not have understood before. There's more to this, including the money that's needed. I'm really grateful and excited about the money that's already been allocated. There's obviously going to be need for a lot more public safety questions, but this is just the beginning, and I believe that education and learning is the key.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good with that? Okay.
Yes.
I think I'm up next, or at least this question is. What is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights, which will make you a valuable asset to this community?
So I was lucky enough to co-facilitate a Black women, Jewish women dialogue group on 2 college campuses, one where I was working and one where I was in school. And that experience started opening me up to really hearing about experiences of Black women in the group, the trauma they'd experienced, and just starting to understand empathically how their lives were impacted on a daily basis by systemic racism. Before that, I had really sensed that, but not fully absorbed or understood. And I really grew through that experience. Right now, I'm currently involved with SURGE, Showing Up for Racial Justice in the Bay Area, and also now in Marin, and appreciate their model of listening to the BIPOC groups who are doing work in the community. Like, they ask white allies to support whoever's doing the work. And that, I think, is an amazing model. I've also done a lot of reading, like some of the books I was referring to when I was talking about doing education, just pieces of things that have created a shift in consciousness in me. White discussion groups on anti-racism, so white people teaching each other so the burden doesn't fall on people of color. Learned from friends who are doing anti-racist work in the East Bay, and I'm part of communities where this regularly gets addressed. It's just been all around me in terms of my cultural community. Most of my background is actually on environmental issues. So when I lived in Boston, I volunteered with Alternatives for Community and Environment, which is an organization that does environmental justice work. They work bringing justice to underserved communities, low-income neighborhoods, and people of color who are impacted by environmental justice issues. And I've worked with BIPOC kids throughout my career while doing environmental education in underserved areas. But primarily, what I'm bringing, I believe, is a deep sensitivity to the emotional and cultural wounds of racism's trauma, a willingness to listen deeply, an open mind and heart, and offer of support and service and dedication. And most of you, like on the council, who've gotten to know me over the past year or two, also know that I'm really dedicated to doing the work of something I believe in and really have focus and persistence to get things done, and just very motivated for action on this subject. And lastly, I should just say, I'm not a trained expert facilitator at this point. I've done facilitation in the past. Others may be. I know I heard a few interviews where it sounds like some people are. And I think there's value in having a trained white ally on this committee to help facilitate some pieces. So the burden to explain things doesn't fall always on people of color. As Griselda said, it shouldn't be BIPOC people of color job to explain things like if something is offensive or microaggressions or any of those pieces of the puzzle. So I'm curious how you'll handle that. And
Yes, I think I want to interrupt just to make sure you have time for the 5th question, and we're already committed to having a facilitator.
Great.
So do you feel, and welcome, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathetically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Yes, absolutely. And that piece is a very strong skill of mine, specifically communication, listening with compassion, learning with an open heart and humility, and moving strongly towards action, and really being interested in other points of view and collaboration. So yeah, I really appreciate all those pieces and would love to be part of that piece.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jess. We appreciate your time and your commitment. Thank you, and we'll be moving on to the next candidate. Yes.
I just want to respect that there's, Jess, where'd you go? Anyway, there was still 40 seconds. We really, at this point, people are being so concise. It's nice to offer them the extra time.
I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. So we're moving on to the next person, who I believe is Francis Lee, and I think John Reed is up.
No, actually, unless I'm mistaken, we have Alexandra Rosen.
Oh, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong list. And it is, oh, myself. Okay. All right. Do we have Alexandra Rosen yet? There she is. And all we need is for you to unmute yourself. And if you go, oh, there you are. I don't see you, but I.
Oh, no, she's here.
Okay, well.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome, Alexandra. So I'm Barbara Kohler, and have you been watching so you kind of know the drill, or shall I go over it briefly?
Yeah, no, I've heard just about everyone, so I'm ready.
Excellent. You have a lot of stick-to-itiveness. All right. So I will go to the first question is, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
So I want to be on this committee simply because I want to be able to raise my family here. It's something that I just graduated from college in May, so I'm kind of like at that point where I'm thinking about my future and my life. And the way I've been thinking about, I absolutely love Fairfax. I love living here. But quite frankly, I don't feel accepted, and I don't feel like I just have experienced so many microaggressions and acts of racism here that I'm not quite sure that in this point in time I can say that I would raise my family here, but I want that to change. I'm also a Latino woman. I was born in Guatemala, so I have rarely ever been in the presence of a Latinx person, let alone someone from Guatemala, who is in a position of power or in a leadership role. So if I can be that person, even if it's just for my future children, then I want to step up and use my voice.
Excellent, thank you. And so we'll move on to Renee, please.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm taking notes. So the second question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race?
So I grew up in San Francisco, where I was surrounded by diversity. I didn't realize that people would make judgments of who I am based on the color of my skin until my family moved to Fairfax. When I started high school, I had this feeling of being different, and I had experienced microaggressions, but I didn't know it at the time. And so I didn't actually realize how a way to identify that feeling of racism until
I went to college. So now I have a full understanding of the times that I experienced racism in Marin and specifically in Fairfax and how poorly it was handled. And I honestly view that as a good and a bad thing for obvious reasons. But I think that in a way, being here in Fairfax taught me what racism is, and it's unfortunate, but it's something that until I so clearly experienced it, I didn't know how to deal with it or how to use my voice.
Okay, well, thank you. And then we'll hand it off to Bruce, please.
Yes. So I guess we're on the third question.
Third question.
So what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax, and what would be the first step you would take to make that vision possible? And thank you for all you've said so far.
My anti-racist vision for Fairfax is to have a community that not only votes blue or puts Black Lives Matter signs in their front yards, but continues to uphold those values in their daily life. I see a town where my kids can walk into a store with a Black Lives Matter sign, for example, in the window, but also not be followed around by the employee. Because that does happen. It happens to me pretty much every time I go to a store here in Fairfax. So I believe one of the first steps is to call in on the community. Some people have talked about calling in and versus calling out, and also listening sessions to help people see that polite racism is very much still a thing, and something that I probably experience more so than blatant racism, which in a way is a good thing, but I still think polite racism is just as big as of a problem. I think it also starts by assessing the things that the community actually sees every day. So for example, we know that you all are hardworking people and are consistently working for the town of Fairfax, but we as a community every day go outside and see the police, for example, the teachers. And so that is the form of government that we see every day. And so I think that that's why it's important for our town to also be represented by those in uniform. Another thing that is not specific to Fairfax, but is being talked a lot right now is changing the name of Sir Francis Drake. So this is a perfect way for Fairfax to be able to show that they welcome BIPOC. So yes, it would be easy to change the name of the street to something generic. I've heard different suggestions like Stinson or even like George Lucas. But by taking the time to name the street after a BIPOC, you're creating space and showing that you're willing to grow. And so it's real easy to vote for Bernie or Biden and just expect them to change the country. But it's probably even more important to make the little everyday changes that we experience in places like Fairfax.
I'm going to cut you off because I want to make sure you have enough time, because I think you have how many more questions? You have
2 more.
2, yeah.
All right, continue.
Okay, thank you. Another great way for Fairfax to continue to create a community that feels good for all is acknowledging Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I've seen the way that Fairfax has rallied around Pride Month, which is great. And I think it can continue from here and create space for all marginalized communities. So I fear that if this committee were to begin by taking on big time-consuming tasks, that the majority white community will simply move on and forget about these issues because it doesn't directly affect them, which is no fault of their own, but that's the reality of it. And so we might just go back to debating things like bike versus car issues, which are extremely valid and extremely important. But biking in itself does not include BIPOC community members. It is.
So Alexandra, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you are over, you only have a little bit of time and you got 2 more minutes. You want to get about 2 minutes each. So I think we move on, but thank you so much. And so the next question, I believe, is Stephanie.
Alexandra, what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
Yeah, so I'm going to be really honest here. I found this question a little bit uncomfortable because my relevant experience is my life. It's the fact that every day I have to wake up and think about how my actions are going to be perceived based on the color of my skin. So honestly, there were a few questions that I found to make me a little bit uncomfortable because I see a group of white passing people, I don't want to assume here, before me, who are interviewing me and making judgments on whether I am fit to speak on my own experience as a person of color. So for those reasons, I want to just reiterate how important this committee is and how important it is for BIPOC to have space to share their thoughts and experiences. But to answer the question, I was the president of the Dancers of Color Coalition in college, as well as the captain of the hip hop team. Both of these clubs had to fight for space on campus, had to fight to be seen, and also played a big role in sharing of culture and history. And then in June, my friend and I started a bi-weekly meeting for college-age students called Discussing Allyship. Each meeting, we discuss a specific topic in which people can come to learn, make mistakes, and most importantly, understand the meaning of active allyship.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on to the last question, and that is John Reed, please.
Yeah, and it's a quick question too, but it's do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view and move towards consensus and action?
In short, yes. I do not believe in comparing worst. I have always made it a point in my life to acknowledge colorism. I think that's extremely important when you're talking about race, that you cannot ignore the fact that colorism exists. We all have different experiences as BIPOC, but when someone feels the courage to speak up, they are speaking their truth, and we should all accept it as such. No person, no matter age, race, gender identity, or religion, has the right to question the experience of others. So with all of that in mind, I believe that that is how we can all work effectively and move towards action.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. I think you have a couple more seconds. And I'm kind of confused. My phone is, you have a few more seconds if you want to say anything.
Since it's only 2 seconds, thank you so much for having me.
Okay, well, thank you, Alexandra. Great job. We appreciate your time.
Thank
you. Thank you.
And now we're moving on to the person I said before, Francis Lee, and I think John Reed is up.
Yeah, it's true.
And if I may, just to acknowledge that we have, excuse me, 2 more applicants, one Francis and one Serena Campbell. And there were a couple of technical issues that took place. They were remedied. Thank you to the clerk, and thank you to Francis and to Serena for your patience in sorting this out. So we look forward to hearing from both of you. Okay, sorry, John, go ahead.
Okay, so Francis, I see you're still muted. Excellent. Thank you. Welcome. And have you been watching this? You know the drill, that there's 10 minutes and 5 questions and things like that?
Yeah, I've been following pretty much for like the whole hour or 2.
Yeah, or 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, great. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the first question is, why would you like to be on this committee?
Well, first of all, my name is Francis, and I'd like to join the board based on, I believe I do possess a uniquely perspective. First off, I was born in Haiti, and I grew up here in Marin County, and I spent a lot of time in Fairfax. So I've watched Fairfax kind of grew a lot over the past 10 years. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Francis. Welcome.
Thank
And second question is, how did where you grew up influence your attitude on race? And you touched on it a little bit, but let's hear more.
Well, okay, so I was born in Haiti and I came here when I was about 8 years old. So Haiti versus here, it's like, well, it's totally two different worlds. So being in Haiti, it didn't matter. Like there's all different shades of color. So you didn't really see color. It was just like one big pot and we all were just living in it. So that wasn't really an issue until like I moved here and then I started to see like, oh, I guess I am different based on my appearance or, whatever it is that they choose to categorize me as. So going to school here and just having all the different backgrounds, all my friends, they're all different backgrounds, ethnicities and such. I was able to learn from them and they were also able to learn from me. So from there, I started to feel like a little bit more and more comfortable because, they were also put in different categories. So therefore, that kind of made me see the difference and, different backgrounds and how based on what you look like, or if you're a tone lighter or a tone darker, you tend to, people tend to treat you a little bit differently. And they also went through that. And so it kind of gave me a perspective to where, like, at the end of the day, I'm able to see both sides of the spectrum and still be able to just be mutual at the end of the day. That makes sense in a way.
Thank you. And I think we're going to move over to Renee, please.
Yeah. Hi, Francis. I'm going to ask you the third question, which is, what is your anti-racist vision for Fairfax? And what is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
I feel like the first step would be an educating the youth pretty much, because I feel like for any real difference, you need to be able to educate the younger generation, the younger population, to get any sort of results or, to get to like a mutual line where we can all live comfortably together. I feel like having that education starting from home and going out in the environment it's huge, because if you're exposing your children to different types of backgrounds and different ethnics and different cultural backgrounds, that gives them like they're able like brighten their horizon in a way. So like being able to educate the public or the community, I feel like would make to where both sides could just work together. They have that education, they understand why this side is, suffers more than that side. And I feel like if there's going to be any real change, it needs to start with educating not only ourselves, but also our youth, because in school, whatever the children or whatever learns at home, they kind of bring it on too. And it kind of keeps going round and round. So I feel like education would be like the main thing. We would kind of like just educating people on the things that they don't necessarily have enough information on, and kind of let them roll the ball on their own.
Okay, great. The next question
would be
is, Bruce.
Yeah. So good evening, Francis. So the next question would be, what would be your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil and human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee? Sorry, these questions are written by a committee themselves.
Okay, no worries. Well, I would like to start with I recently just got certified as an emergency medical technician. So therefore, that allows me to work with so many different I don't necessarily have any experience to that question, but I know by joining the committee, I will gain that experience. And based on the fact that my occupation allows me to work with all different types of people, and I have to see them on their worst day of their lives. And each time I see them, I have to treat them exactly how I would treat just about anybody else. So, I'm meeting this person on the worst day of their life. Like, I'm not going to look at them as just like, oh, you're this, so I'm not really going to do this. So I have to give that equal treatment to every patient that I encounter out there. So, with that being said, I'm very open-minded. Based on my not based on my occupation, I've always been a kind, compassionate individual, and I feel like by having a unique way of seeing things, like sometimes most people are not able to see what's really in front of them. They just look beyond that. And I have a unique way of just kind of bringing that to you and making you see like, hey, this is what's really in front of us. How about we focus on that and let's move on to the next thing and let's come to a conclusion. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Most definitely. So in the EMS world, you are working with a lot of different individuals, some with higher training than you are. And sometimes, all of us kind of have to work together. And, sometimes that doesn't really work out well, because you do have some of those that feel like since they're higher training, then you should be able to listen to this or whatever it is. But based on my training, what I went through to get certified, I've learned that I can pretty much work with just about whatever environment that you throw me in. I will, what do you call it? A chameleon? Yeah. So, I believe, yes, I am able to work and discuss whatever issue, whether it's uncomfortable, comfortable. I don't like to feel comfortable, because when I feel comfortable, I feel like something's wrong. So therefore, I always want to be in that little spot to where like it's comfortable, but it's not quite comfortable. So that pushed me to keep wanting to do more and explore more, go more places that other people want to, because they're comfortable where they are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francis, thank you so much. And thanks for your patience in working out the glitch this afternoon.
Of course. Thank you so much, guys. You guys have a good night.
Right.
You too. Hope we can talk with you more.
All righty. Thank you. Bye.
And so we have our very last, but certainly not least, applicant tonight, and her name is Serena Campbell. And Serena, we apologize for the technical glitch that took place. I'm so glad that you persevered and that we were able to work it out. So thank you for hanging in there, and it's great to see your smiling face. Okay, and who is leading this? Stephanie Hellman will take you through the process.
Serena, have you been on the line for a bit? Have you been?
Two people.
Okay, so you're familiar with how we're managing this. There's 10 minutes, roughly 2 minutes per question. We have 5 questions, and we'll keep you on track if you're starting to lose time per question. So the first question is, why do you want to be on the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee?
I would like to be on the committee because I've lived in Fairfax all of my life, and I see like firsthand how much potential for active anti-racism there is within the town, especially right now with all the momentum behind this current movement. That's it.
Okay. Stephanie, you want to keep it
Sure.
good?
Let's see here.
John Reed.
Yeah,
John
that's
Reed.
me. Okay, well then the next question would be, well, you did grow up in Fairfax, but how did where you grew up influence your attitude about race?
So growing up here was kind of tough for me because a lot of what I learned was that racism ended after the civil rights movement, and it made it really difficult for me to like compartmentalize the racism that I dealt with daily. Like an example I was bullied for a really long time by like the same people, and I just didn't really understand like why for a really long time until I kind of like in high school I looked back at like what language was being used towards me and like who else was being bullied with me, and it like became really clear that it was about race. And I believe that growing up here and constantly hearing people say that racism is a problem of the past or that it exists but not in Marin has kind of pushed me to speak up about the racism that I was enduring, and be an advocate for others, especially when it becomes to like the racism in schools, especially concerning like dress codes and the lack of diversity, especially the lack of diversity at high school 1327.
Barbara, you're next.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. All right. So what is your anti-racism vision for Fairfax? What is the first step you would take to make that vision happen?
My vision, like overall, is for Fairfax to be an equitable, diverse, and extremely welcoming place where everyone has a proper education on our country's history as well as our local history when it comes to racism that's occurred and is still occurring today. And I think the first step that this committee should take before anything else is acknowledging on a town-wide scale that racism is real, it still exists, and it's in Fairfax as well as Marin. And I could see this as something that's done over like social media, like creating an Instagram page that reaches out to a really large audience, or in flyers that are spread around the town. And I think that this acknowledgement also can't be surface level and should include concrete examples of racism in Fairfax, so that people can go and research them further, such as redlining, the erasing of the Coast Miwoks history, and even, the man that the town of Fairfax was named after.
Okay, thank you very much, Serena. And I will turn it over to Renee, please.
Okay, so this is a 4th question, and what is your relevant experience or skills related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, anti-racism, or civil human rights that will make you a valuable asset to this committee?
I think I've had quite a bit of experience, at least for my age, related to anti-racism. When I went to high school 1327, I was an original member on SOAR before it was a class, like when it was still a club, and before it even had a name. And then when I went to college, I attended a week-long program called the Black Academy, where we learned many skills for promoting inclusion as well as de-escalating conflicts related to race. And then I joined the Black Student Union at my school, UC Santa Cruz. And since coming home, I've made a petition on change.org demanding more diversity at High School 1327, which has gotten 4,000 plus supporters at this point. I co-founded the Drake Alumni Network for Equity and Inclusion, and through that helped draft an anti-racist education resolution that we're hoping the TAM Union School Board will pass. I've also been to countless Zoom meetings for ISAD Marin, Rethink Police, changing the name of Sir Francis Drake, and many more.
Wow. The last question is going to come from Bruce.
From me, yes. So thank you. And this is the last question. You've got a good bit of time, so you can use your time any way you want to. So this last question, do you feel that you would be able to work effectively with a varied group of people to discuss sensitive topics, listen empathically to different points of view, and move toward consensus and action?
Yeah, I think in the past, and like especially now, I have been able to, and I am able to work effectively with varied groups of people discussing sensitive topics. And I guess my experience in that is growing up here, I've learned firsthand how to deal with people who have racist values or don't see racism as a thing that exists. And I've also learned from other aspects of my life, such as college, how to listen to people who don't have as much privilege as me and become an ally for them through advocating for what they would need in order to feel safe and secure. And I've done that through the lens of race as well as sexuality and gender identity.
So Serena, you have 3.5 minutes left. Is there anything else you would like to share with us or teach us, or
I think one thing kind of when considering me for being a part of this committee, I really wouldn't want to take the spot away from someone who, has more experience than me, or someone who, has a more unique perspective than me to the town of Fairfax. Like I was looking at the people before me and they just seemed so great. So I really wouldn't want to take a spot like that away. So.
Thank you for being so humble.
But
you're absolutely great. So
really appreciate your application and talking with you. So and your activism.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks,
Thank
Serena.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
Good evening.
Wow.
Wow. I love Fairfax even more.
Yeah. Proud.
So we have reached a point where, as we promised, there would be a public comment opportunity. And so I'm going to open that up. And if there are members of the public that would like to comment on anything that you've heard tonight, please feel free. Don't feel obligated. But we certainly want to hear from you should you care to share. So go ahead, and if you would raise your hand, Michelle will invite you in. Well, we'll give it a moment or so, but I have to say that you may all be as speechless as I am.
Really. Yeah, it's truly amazing. Amazing people. It was nice to see people that we have seen before, but also great to see people who we have not worked with much. So I like so many people willing to step up, and also amazing that everybody was able to keep on time. That was a lot of questions.
That was pretty impressive, yes.
Yeah, so do any council members have anything to say? I just will let everyone know that in case you weren't here in the beginning, that we will be taking the next 2 weeks to do some deep considering on our own, and we will come back and have a very thoughtful and careful appointment process on September 2nd. I would just want to open it up to council if you have anything to say to end the meeting.
I want to thank everyone for participating and spending their evening with us tonight. And I was so moved by the candidate pool that we received. I think the council shares my thoughts and feelings about that. It's extraordinary. This candidate pool is extraordinary. And I think I said to someone, if I just pulled out, random applications, we would have an excellent committee. They're all amazing applicants. So I thought this evening was wonderful, and thank you everyone for your time. And I think this is the first meeting that we haven't had open anyone from the public not want to share.
I see someone.
Oh, we do have
Actually, there is someone, Madam Mayor.
What? A Fairfax meeting with no open comments?
Well, there have been a few, but not many. I just feel overwhelmed and frankly very proud of the people coming forward in our community, and I really look forward to learning from this, what I know is going to be a fantastic community. So
good.
Yes, indeed.
Let's go ahead and hear from our one member of the public who'd like to speak, and then we'll come back and wrap it up. Oh, two. We have two members of the public. Good. Okay, Michelle, would you like to?
I'm working on it. Sorry, just having a little mouse thing. Whoops. I'm Jesse Lum. Yeah, you're unmuted.
Hi.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
I just real quick, just wanted to say thank you all for having this meeting. And I want to thank everyone who had the courage to apply and speak tonight. It was so inspiring. And my one quick thought is is that, since you can't have everybody on this wonderful committee, just to maybe brainstorm ways to keep everyone involved, because the people who spoke tonight, I want to meet all of them. They were so lovely. So let's figure out a way to include as many people as possible. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thanks,
Yeah.
Jesse. I was thinking that myself, and any suggestions, send them our way.
indeed, we're open to emails.
Jump in. Okay, we have Michelle. Are you going to let Richard in?
I'm here.
I have.
Hi, Richard. Sorry.
I want to echo Jesse that this was very inspiring, and it was really great to hear from so many people. And again, I want to just commend everyone that stepped up and put themselves into this process. And it's a scary thing to feel like you're facing your 5 council members and the whole town's watching potentially. And I know that can be a little bit nerve-wracking, and I just want to commend everybody for that. I also want to say that I thought that there was a really, really wonderful cross-section of ages, genders, backgrounds of relevance, socioeconomic differences and points of view. And there were some really, really strong candidates. I'm not going to call anyone out by name except for one person who was early on, Patrice, who I thought was phenomenal. I'm going to let you all do your work and figure out whatever your evaluation system is, how you're going to determine. But there was some just really, really, really impressive people. And I was really inspired, and I'm really, really encouraged about that this committee is coming about. And I have every confidence that you're going to have the opportunity to have really good diversity, a lot of skill sets, a lot of perspectives, and that this committee is going to be able to do some really fantastic work for the town. So thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Thanks.
Any final comments from council members? If I may, I just want to thank everyone. There's been a lot of thank yous. I think that the gratitude is visceral even through the screen. But I just want to just call out that this whole process has been the most publicly driven process that I've been involved in going into 8 years of being on this town council. From the very beginning, from people speaking out and then working together, reaching a place where we've decided a potential way to go forward, not knowing how to go forward, but having a listening session. People appreciating the listening session, which makes us want to continue to go further. Us finding money in order to support something this important, and then seeing all of you show up tonight. It couldn't be better. There's no better process for local decision making than what we've seen throughout this process. So I thank you all, and I see it as the beginning of all kinds of new ways of doing things. And so I just leave you with my thanks, and I look forward to September 2nd, and I hope everyone will participate, and then we will just keep growing from here.
Thank you very much. Great job, everyone, and thanks to all our participants. But Renee, you did a great job keeping us on track.
All righty. Okay, so good night, and everybody stay well.
Thank you.
Okay.